All right, we're live. Welcome to the stream. Probably be the last stream for a little while until I get a place here. So we'll make it a good one. Took a coffee this morning. I'm just trying to find some PC news since I haven't looked this morning. Doesn't seem like there's a whole lot since last time I did it. There's nothing all that interesting. Not that interesting. Oh, ASRock confirms its BIOS settings are killing Ryzen CPUs. It's fully committed to fixing any damaged motherboards. Wow, what about the other motherboards that was doing it? Are they going to fix it up or no? How's it going? Yeah, I guess so. Oh, it's going all right, I think. I think it's going all right. Cool. All right. Get rid of the background. Way in the background. No worries. So ASRock has confirmed that motherboards are killing Ryzen 9000 CPUs. So that's not what I assumed for sure, because it's also different motherboards as well, not just ASRock. A lot of ASRock boards, but not just ASRock. It's kind of odd. So ASRock confirmed that it's responsible for Ryzen 9000 failures, but plaguing ASRock motherboard owners. In a discussion between Gamers Nexus and ASRock's VP of motherboards, Chris Lee, the company confirmed its latest BIOS revision 3.25 alters certain PBO settings to stop Ryzen 9000 chips from failing, which is PBO, which is technically an overclock, really. A few days ago, YouTuber Tech City Yes revealed that ASRock has allegedly solved its Ryzen 9000 problem. The issue shrouded 3 power and voltage related functions. Generally, that's what happens. So electric design, EDC, thermal design, TDC, and precision boost, PBO. And shadow voltages were set to high and older ASRock firmware. ASRock has since provided BIOS version 3.25 to its Armada of AM5 motherboards with retuned TDC, TTC, and shadow voltage settings to rectify the issue. Oof. So ASRock confirmed to Gamers Nexus that it's solely responsible. AMD's chips aren't causing problems. ASRock also stated that it will cover shipping costs both ways if users RMA their motherboards. However, it's noted it's not single damaged motherboards in this whole ordeal. Well, that's good. I mean, if you have a damaged motherboard, then yeah, you could be denied RMA technically. If customers RMA the motherboard faulty CPU, ASRock will automatically send the CPU back to retailer from which the customer bought it. ASRock is not recommending users RMA this way. Rather, this way is to clarify what happens to the scenarios occurs, particularly for less tech-savvy focused customers. Wild. I was really thinking it's AMD issue. ASRock found an issue way back with their BIOS. It wasn't a terrible issue apparently, but then they updated it and said it was fine anyways. But yeah, so odd. So what's happening with Asus, MSI, and Gigabyte boards then? That's the thing. What is happening with their motherboards? It's not just ASRock, it's also multiple different vendors. ASRock also recommended the user check if BIOS version 3.25 is installed on brand new AM5 ASRock motherboards and not to assume it is already preloaded from factory. ASRock also apologized for not being as transparent with customers about the problem as it could be. Yeah, they're saying it wasn't a BIOS issue, just an update to the latest BIOS just to confirm that it was fine, but they are saying it was fine, the BIOS was fine, and that they did testing on it and everything was fine. So this is the second time ASRock has had to provide BIOS update fixes to Ryzen 9000 death problem. The first time ASRock pinned the Ryzen 9000 memory failures on memory compatibility issues. That was what they're saying, yep. And claim initially that the problem was fixed with the new BIOS update to rectify the memory compatibility issues. Only time will tell if ASRock's second attempt will be successful. What? They better hope it is. They better hope. Evidence has already emerged that ASRock has not fully resolved the issue. At least 2 Reddit reports online claim that Ryzen 7 9800X 3Ds died with the 3.25 BIOS update. It's odd. Crazy. So is it really ASRock? Is it really ASRock? I don't know. I don't know. As time would tell on that one. Yeah, that's not what they were saying before. Again, it's not just ASRock motherboards that these CPUs are dying, so there's got to be something else going on. It's got to be. It's not just ASRock motherboards. Pretty wild. What? Yeah, so that's pretty wild, man. Hey. Man. Yeah, I saw those doing fixes. Hopefully it's good. hopefully find out. Yes, we will find out. Oops. It's going, Nova. Yeah, so it's just a bubble wrapped around twice there. And then I got this foam topper here. There's nothing really gonna be going on top. There's nothing going on top. And then it's just sitting on top of the cardboard box as well. So nice secure, plus it's gonna box the sides, holding all together for the move. Yeah, generally I put them all in. I'll bring it in. Yeah, I'll show you what I usually do with them. But yeah, that's all I need to do for this because there's nothing going on top here. This is just a spare board for parts here, and that's going to go in the spare part drawer. I'll show you that as well. Yeah, there's nothing going to be going on top of this. So this box is almost filled up for what I need to put into it. And that's about it. Everything's nice and secured. Happy with that. This is the expensive box here. Not sure yet. Don't technically have a place right now. You'll be seeing some places later on today. Couple more. Hoping for the best. Yeah. TPUs go back in the same box that they came from. Old GPUs get wrapped up in shirts or whatever I got, really. And paper. Motherboards go into motherboard boxes. A whole bunch of them. Yeah, everything gets put back generally in the same box it came in. Or I have spare motherboard boxes and that laying around where I put other motherboards in it. More GPUs, a bunch of older GPUs are in here. They're wrapped up with paper. Or wrapped up in plastic. I think it's nice and secure in here. And basically all that goes in here. Put that in there too. And that's just well. Man, RAM kit. Intel CPU, coin. Another RAM kit. Another put it in there as well. So take up room. IO shields. I have a box full of. Box for all my RAM kit. I got a lot of them here. I have to wrap up all my RAM here. DDR3, DDR2 RAM. The coin, that's a 12th gen coin. 12th gen, 12900K. Yeah, reckon the equal pins on them. It's like either you gotta be a top professional to be able to fix them, or something, you know, just throw it out basically. It's no good. Even top professionals will have a hard time with it. So now I gotta wrap those up. Yeah, I got a few things. Just a few. Yeah, all of it's gonna be leaving. Beat that's it for Lush. Unbox. I need to do some of all my fans. Start stacking up the fans. Show you all the fans here. So Noctua, Delta high power server fan, NZXT fan, another Delta high powered Cooler Master, another small Cooler Master high RPM fan, Thermal Take, Antec, high RPM server fan. This one's by YS Tech. Intel cooler, box of those. Cooler Master fan with cone for direct flow there. Not the one that I have. Not the one fan yet. This Cooler Master high RPM Cooler Master one is very loud, yes. But it's also high RPM. This Cooler Master fan here, as you see with the blade design, it's actually fairly quiet. Quite happy with it. It works really good. Like, blows a lot of air. It's not really good for static pressure, but it blows a lot of air. It's fairly quiet. Okay, so that's it for this box. I'll close it up. Are they loud? Nah, it depends on the style of fan you're getting. So when you get like these style blades here, when they're really sharp and not really tight density, but the high RPM fans, these are very loud. They chop the air. Chopping the air is what makes them loud. But yeah, these style here was, as you can see, like they're domed. They're really domed. And they're not sharp at all. These blades are not sharp. They're domed over. Plus they're like, I don't know how you want to, like convex fans. They have curvature to them. They're quiet. As long as they're not, you know, super high RPM. Plus these are not super high RPM. I think they're only 1400 RPM max. They're quiet. And then you get these style that chop the air, makes it really loud. Same thing with this like little server fan here that you see. This little server fan here, as you see, these blades are very sharp, like very sharp, and they're just standard with a point, and they're very fast. These are very loud, high pitch. Yeah, not a lot of people will tell you what kind of fans are quiet and loud. Not to a fan, I'll show you. So these Noctua fans are high fin count, right? They're not super fast, but they also got not a sharp edge. As you can see, it's like kind of domed over here, right? If I can shine in the light there for you. See how it's like you got that curvature with the domed over. They're not sharp. And these are not super high RPM. I think they're 2000 max, these ones. They're not too loud. They're fairly quiet. Plus they got these cutouts on the back, which also help make them a bit quieter. Is that the way it lets off the air? It's all fan design that really makes it quiet or not. You just want to make sure it doesn't have a sharp fan blade at the front of the intake. Yeah. And then I can show you some thermal right ones where they're very loud because they chop the air and they're not even high RPM, but they have extremely sharp front blades, extremely sharp, and they just chop. I mean, they chop the air and it's very loud, very annoying. They're not even high RPM. Okay, this box done for. Well, hopefully you have a good day, man. Thank you for stopping by. And of course, always here to teach someone something. A server grade fan here. Super loud. Again, it's got a sharp blade on the front. Very fast, very loud. Take care, man. Yep. Yeah, I'll check up on the Discord. I haven't checked it up in a while here. If anyone's wondering, it's not mustard stains. It's it's insulating foam for windows and doors because I do construction. Bunch of SATA connectors. More induct. A bunch of SATA connectors. AIO. Gamer Storm AIO. Very old one. Blower style fan. How's it going, Theo? Got a little solder pump. Well, not working at all. I'm just trying to fix MSI's usage and yeah. Yeah, you know, move it. Yeah, move. Thermal probe. This is an old one here. Just thermal probe coupler here that I can change over the thermal probe. I got new ones, but this one works great. Temperatures are very accurate. Up to, I can do 0.1 of a degree on this, which is really good. Some hard tube fittings. We got a whole bunch of them for when I do my hard tubing. Anyway, if I have a baggie for this relays. Yeah, move. So good. Yeah, move. Hopefully, I don't know. We'll see when I'm back streaming or not. I'll probably stream on my phone. If not, if anything, I'll just stream on my phone. Won't be much, but I'll try to stream. All right. You do. Lights. Sponge. When I do tile. Buffer pad. Sponge. I use the parts. Just artifacts. Yeah, it sounds like it's CPU issue there. Unfortunate. If you can find everything at MSRP, yeah, 5,000 would work for a top tier. Yeah, even find everything at MSRP. If not, you'll need more. Bunch of solder and paste. Mm. What? Like, bubble wrap? Yeah, it sounds like memory issue. Memories, probably voltage regulator on it starting to go. So that way when you switch over from the games or go loading into a game, it's putting a load onto it, it's not able to keep up with it. Or it could be the it's RAM needs to have certain voltage regulated for timing, like 200,000, 300,000, 400,000 beats per second. Or per minute. So it like regulates the voltage in pulses very, very quickly. The pulse modulator. And that could be an issue right there. Or it could be the solder. Solder starting to go on. It needs a reflow on a bunch of spots, which not easy to do. Yeah, if downclock, then it might be you need a reflow. One of the either ground or voltage into the RAM starting to go. So the ball grid array that's on the backside of the chip on the GPU, the ball grid array, it's balls of solder, and that solder can crack over time, and it might not give you proper voltage. Sounds like it might be one of those issues. Yeah, reflow might solve it. Bunch of hard drives. Use something to put to the side here. This is just a box full of random screws for PCs, bits, magnets, whatever I might need. Bits with tape around so that way I don't damage certain components. Scratched up paint kind of thing. Yeah, a whole bunch of stuff. Doesn't fit where I want it. Works good there though. Yeah, 3060 12 gig isn't a half bad card. Especially if you can find it for around $300. Yeah, that's what she said. Right. All right. Let me put a few more things in this. Doesn't fit. That's what she said. A whole bunch of fans. Those will fit where I want. That is perfect. Perfect. Go. Oh. Basically it for this one. So for a bunch of fans, I want to put some fans on the little stand. For €260, sounds expensive to be honest for Euro. I'm saying Canadian 300. Probably like 200, less than €200 on that. I haven't heard of that before. Never even heard of that. Finance exclusive website. Yeah. different. And that's about it. This box too. It's gonna a bit of weight in it. Oh, scratched up. Craigslist for finance. Oh, France. Oh, France. My bad. And we're just so small with finance. Nah, for France. Oh, sweet tall enough. Hey, that'll do, donkey. That'll do. You think so? Hey, yo, there's the custom water loop all packed up. Fairly easy. That's not a bad price, yeah, for sure. 2070 is not bad. I mean, the super's not bad card. All the supers are actually pretty good cards, in my opinion. Alright, not start. Alright. Oh, 169. 69. Nice. Very nice. Can't complain about 69. There was 69 euro. Oof. That'd be even better. All right. Let's take a quick break. Everything's out of the cabinet. Well, I guess you can call it cabinet. Everything's out of the cabinet. So that's good. I was like 43 plus 26 on my test. Noise. Yup. Noise. 69. Noise. So yeah, everything's out of there. I'm gonna grab a little storage cabinet there. Go through it quickly. Put whatever I can in it. It's like spare part boards that I use for grabbing off components, like GPUs, like old GPUs that could not get working at all. Motherboards and stuff like that. Motherboards is for like the pins, just in case I buy a motherboard for very cheap and it's missing a pin or has issues with the pin. There's a way to fix them up, and I fix them up, get them working. I'll put a whole bunch of stuff away. Custom water loops packed up for the benchmarking. Coolers are packed up. AIOs are packed up. Still got like 3 more boxes of those totes that you saw. Still got to do 3 more of those totes. Then I gotta go through all my tools. That's a chore, by the way. Going through all my tools, that's a chore. Gotta go through that. Gotta go through each of my totes for the tools. Put a bunch of stuff in it because I've been using some over the past few months here. I haven't put them back in because it's just a hassle. So I gotta do that. Then I gotta go through all my tools. Yeah, you can save some money. Yep. Yep, exactly. You can save a lot of money if you buy them like bent pins or something like that. Yeah, if you know how to fix them up. You have like small tweezers. And these tweezers here, I even sanded these tweezers down, and I even made these ones better. So they're even pointier. So I mean, like, they are very, very pointy. I sanded those down, made them really pointy, so that way I can fix pins. They got a nice angle, so that way you can get in there and not have to go like straight, basically straight down, then try to bend it. You can just, so these angle ones are nice. And yeah, like I said, I sand these down to even a finer point, like they are a needle point, basically. Good for small parts too. Doing small soldering, desoldering type thing. You're gonna want nice pointy on these really small components where they're like a little speck. Can't even say like a grain of rice. They're like 1/20th of a grain of rice. Cutters. Cutters. Yeah, you can get those tweezers for just a couple dollars off of eBay, or not eBay, off of Amazon, by the way. They're like a couple dollars for a pack. You get the straight ones, and then the angled. Or they come with solder kits. They're only a couple bucks. They're stainless tip. They're stainless steel with paint. The tips are stainless, which I like. Hey, I gotta put all my wire tools away. I gotta put away all my sheet metal working tools because I had some of it out. A whole bunch of stuff I gotta go through. Just a few things on my desk to go through now. A couple small screwdrivers, some blades and tape. Not much. Couple things on my desk. That's it. PC will probably be the last thing I do. I gotta just take the GPU out, put the D5 pump back inside the PC case, put the covers on, and then fill up the voids with packing foam, basically. So that way everything for shipping, it's nice and stable. That way there's no GPU in it too. Don't have to worry about it. And then the D5 pump can fit inside. Oh yeah. See, I got tin snips for cutting metal. So tin snips, cutters. Wire cutters, as you can see there. I got electrician wire cutters. I got a whole bunch of different metal working tools because I do metalworking, woodworking type thing. I got big metalworking tools, small metalworking tools. I can even cut thin metal with my tweezers. That's how pointy they are. I can literally cut metal with them. If you put some pressure to it, they're pointy. Have put away my lapping stone. I'll package that up nicely too. Lapping stones, you want to make sure if you're moving them that you actually wrap them up. You don't want them to get dinged at all. So I'll have to wrap that up, put it away. File my chargers, put them in one box for my batteries, for my drills and stuff like that. Got all my air working tools for when I do roofing. Got that packed away already. Might go through that box again though, just to organize a bit more of it. Yeah, they can be very handy. Yeah, see, I got saw blades and stuff like that. Coping blades and stuff like that for if I ever do. I do a lot of stuff like renovations, construction, framing, metal, wood, roofing, tile, small electrical, small plumbing. Basically do it all. I'll show a bunch of my tools here soon. It's just in the closet. Closet right there. I'm bringing it out. The one tote. See, I got a lot of tools. Sun's starting to come in. Going to the light. Change the color of my mustache. Calm down there a bit. They'll stay like this for a while. The only advancements in GPUs that we've gotten so far is the stacking of VRAM, so stacking of chips. We're up to a 12 stack now. That's the only advancements we really have. Core advancements will not have any more core advancements for a very long time. But it's gonna be like this probably for quite some time, buddy. 10 years probably, or more. Like I said, we're at a limit. We're at limits for a lot of things. Yep. We are at the limit. Best thing we can do, like, unless we want to have massive GPUs. I'm not talking the cooler or the actual PCB being absolutely massive, high density, massive PCBs. Then we're at a limit, basically. We can get bigger cores to put more on it, but then we're going to need bigger PCBs, more VRMs, so much more we're going to need for hardware on it. It makes PCBs bigger. Yeah, we're not going to have any advancements, man. We're at the limit. That's why they're implementing AI into a whole bunch of stuff nowadays, just because it can help out with certain applications, basically for gaming and or for whatever AI use that you use it for. Which there's a lot of stuff you can use AI for. Minimum for advancements on GPUs and CPUs, 10 years. Do you really think Elon Musk is buying 1 million GPUs, making a supercomputer out of 1 million GPUs because he thinks there's going to be advancements within 10 years? No. That's a 25 year investment basically for him, because there's not going to be another type of advancements for GPUs or CPUs within 10 years. Yeah, I hear you there. Yeah, I'm cheap too, man. It's good to be thrifty that way, though, right? And, if you learn about whatever you want to buy into, you can save some money in some ways, or just buy used, which I like to do as well. Then you could save some money, even if the component doesn't work. If you have the knowledge to fix it up, you can fix it up, save even more money. Yeah, from everything that I've really been looking at, there's not going to be an advancement for, like, how do you want to put it? Power to performance ratio, efficiency, efficiency. We have to give more power to get more performance. They've worked on some sort of different kind of, instead of silicon, they're using different kind of materials for it, but it's not giving it more performance. They've also designed silicon to be squishy, which is pretty crazy too. Like, they designed a way to make silicon squishy, which is pretty crazy. I don't know what they're going to be implementing that towards, maybe for high vibration areas that would help out. Other than that, it's not really an advancement, though, for gaming or anything else. The smaller we go, the more we can put into a package, right? The more we can put into it, the smaller we go. So the smaller we go, we can make the die smaller, or we can keep this die the same, around the same size, and just have more in it. But then we have to increase generally power. The power, you gotta have the power going into it. The efficiency is gonna technically get worse as the nanometer goes smaller, as the nodes go smaller. The efficiency isn't really there, because then you got leakage, and then you got to be able to figure a way to control the leakage. And then with silicon, you can only go so far with silicon. You can only go so far with tin. You can only go so far with gold. You can only go so far with silver. You can only go so far with all these materials that we use in CPUs and GPU cores. Like, there's only we can only go so far with the material that we have. Now, I don't even think we'll be going to that, man. They're working on 1.4. Intel's working on 1.4 nanometer, but I mean, it's nowhere near production. 1.8 nanometers in risk production for mass produce. 1.8 nanometers, that's the smallest we got, is 1.8 nanometer. That's by Intel, but they're working on 1.4. That's why they got a new high UV machine to help make these smaller nanometers for certain applications, though, so that way they can save money in ways. We basically need to discover a way to make a new metal that will work the same as either gold, copper, silver, tin. We use tin, right? We can only go so far with it. Remember, we're already so small that we're literally near the atom's actual size. Yeah, it might be my last stream for a little while. If I'm streaming, it will be streaming on my phone. That's about it. Yeah. Yeah, there are elements that are, the elements that we were using. But you gotta remember, it's metals, a combination of metals. Metals have, can only go so small. Oh, good, man. I'll have the comment on every stream. Thank you for being there. All right, we can only go so far with what we have. On Earth, we have restrictions. There are restrictions to the metals, to the materials that we use. Silicon's great for holding everything together, but then everything else that we got to use for it, can only do so much with it. Now, remember, silicon is basically a rock and or dash glass. They're done with the fixes. Took them long enough. I might stream later on. Just like, because I'm so close to being Celestial, so I just kind of would like to get Celestial before I can't do it anymore, so that would be nice, but got a bunch of other stuff I got to do today. Then later on today, I got to go visit a place. A couple places. Yeah, he's been working with the artist to help his design. Yeah, the technology. Hey, how's it going, Gary? Yeah, the technology will keep advancing, right? The technology will keep advancing, but the hardware limits is what we're talking about, right? The hardware limits, not the technology. Technology will increase performance and efficiency, but the hardware is what we're limiting at. The materials is what we're limited by. So that's what sucks. That's what really sucks about where we're at for CPUs and GPUs in general, and NPUs, whatever uses silicon and the metals to make them, right? Yeah. Like the hardware can still technically advance, but we're at a limit for what we can do with it. Technology can keep advancing as we can make stuff technically smaller and or make things higher density. That's why with these new 50 series cards, Blackwell series cards, are very high density PCBs. Small PCBs, but everything's compact, and having things closer to the core is actually better. Having everything closer can make decrease latency, which helps a lot. Can help increase efficiency, which we've noticed big time with Blackwell. The efficiency is a lot better. Except for if you go to 5090, holy moly. Again, that's where we're at for a limit. Like, we can keep going better and better and better, but we have to increase power. We have to increase something there. Increase the core numbers, which we have. Increase again, the core numbers, which is streaming processors, the AI, texture cores, ROPs. We keep increasing those type of things, right? Did I go down a rank? Don't tell me that. Don't tell me that. No, I thought if you're GM, you stay GM. I just want to load it up here, take a look, because I want to see if I actually did go down. Don't tell me I went down a rank. Why you do this to me? I guess I should have played a few more games yesterday then. I was tired though. It's pretty tired. And gotta remember, every time we increase the cores, we have to increase the power technically. That's why with like 5090s and that we have to have so much more power, because especially with VRAM too. VRAM doesn't use a whole lot of power, but it still uses power. But core numbers increase the actual voltage too. I'm hoping I did. I got a few more places to look at today, but just waiting on a word back from a couple places, and I'm hoping. Technically, don't have a place to go to right now though, but hoping. What are you gonna say? New power source. Just a hardware. We need to be able to get better. Do. Slowing it up quickly here, hopefully. There's only so many known 12-volt high power connector melting issues. And it's generally, and like I actually talked about in the past, the issues. Yep, Grandmaster. I'm Grandmaster still. Grandmaster 3. I went down one rank. I got a new Emma skin. It's cool. Yeah, probably. One sec. So yeah, I'm still the same rank. I'm still Grandmaster. I went down technically one rank. I was Grandmaster 2. Now I'm Grandmaster 3. Got a new skin for free, which is kind of nice. But yeah, so apparently, like I talked about with the 12-volt high power connectors and how the power supply on the 12-volt high power connector rail for those 12-volt high power connectors, that rail got really hot. And if it's hot from the power supply, it can relay that bad voltage through the wires to the GPU, which also can make things hot as well. And that was part of the issue. Apparently, Gamers Nexus or someone else, Devour as well, figured out a way to help the solution, and it was to fix up the power supply side. So I guess I was right about that, which is kind of nice. Makes sense though. The PSU can't. If the PSU is getting hot, the voltage is not going to be as stable going throughout it, because as temperatures raise, the voltage becomes more unstable. Then the GPS take over that bad voltage, which is not good. It increases the temperature of the wires, which is not good. So yeah. But yeah, there's only a few known cases about 12-volt high power connectors melting. There's literally only a few known cases, like 10 since the 3090s. Whole 10 of them. So far, one known case with the 50 series cards. One. So that's not bad, right? Yeah, but his healing is not as fast as the damage that gets put into him, into the other teammates. 40 series cards, there's only a few known cases. And it's PSU related too as well, so. And user error. Right? It's user error and it's PSU related, and it's the connectors themselves. Because yeah, FFA approved, yeah, but not great. They're not. The wires all connect to one single rail on the GPU and the power supply. So the 12-volt all goes to one rail. The ground goes all to one rail, and the wires cannot differentiate the voltage going through each wire. So if one has better connecting, like connectivity, that could be when you plug it in. So like if you actually plug it in, then one of the actual pins could be a better connection, which means more voltage will technically go through that. It's a better connector. So of course it's going to go through that one a little bit more than the other ones, or a lot more, depending on how bad the cables are. If you plug in your GPU multiple times and that, could wear out the connectors. So yeah. Oh, his ult is fast to heal. Yeah, but he doesn't do much damage either. Two-shot people? No. Well, yeah, I mean, it would technically. But I mean, you can't even take it a tank. Oh, good. Uh, So I gotta grab another box. I mean, I feel bad for the healers if he goes after the healers because he's pretty quick. Okay, a whole bunch of CPUs, boxes for them. Spare part drawer for like components for motherboards and GPUs and whatnot. Just spare part or drawer here. A blam. Spare part. GPUs wasn't I able to fix up. Would like to desolder the core off of this one. This is an old ATI card. Go for spare parts. SSDs. Thermal pins. Tin snips. Wow, that tin snipped. Electrical snips. Wire strippers. Covers for motherboards. Yep. Have CPUs in them, so I don't have to worry about them. Just a bunch of fancy nails for trim work and cabinets and that. A bunch of resistors. These are very small resistors. And very small. Fan I gotta put back on my mini monitor. I think I put that in there. Stuff protected. The patience, you'll get the patience later on in life. Patience comes in life, basically. More CPUs gotta spill. Potentiometer board for multiple different potentiometers. Got voltage, voltage in, and then on here, voltage out, so I can test different fans for different voltages. Good for testing. Plus, I would like to use this for voltage for cores and whatnot. Tweezers. bunch of files to put away. Can't focus. I mean, that happens. Gotta learn to work through stuff. Gotta work through stressful situations. And crash. And normally, have you used an older driver on your GPU? Try an older driver from like a few months ago, see if that works. Might help you. The crashing is, yeah, still sucks in the game, I've noticed. Drawers are empty. Done with that. Yo. Saturday night errands. What? SATA connectors can go in there. Brick for USB charging, go in there. Thermal paste, that can go in there. Dot can go in there. Electrical tape can go in there. Remote for the mini monitor can go in there. The dusting brush. I don't need to do a whole lot of dusting. I'll just give the radiator a quick clean here. Should technically be good for now. Oh, it's good enough. That can go in there. A little vape. Might use the for spare parts. It does have a USB on it. I'll use that for parts. Just tear it apart. It's good. It will work. Copper shims I should put away as well. Again, I use copper shims on a lot of my stuff, a lot of my components. I'll put that in there. I'm not sure what else I put in that. Old AMD cooler. This is actually in fairly good shape. Just gotta put a fan back on it. There's the mounting bracket for it. That in there. Allen key. This Allen key is for, yeah, it's a little rusty, but this Allen key is for part of the type. That's a type of fittings I like to use for my GPU or for my custom water loops. Dead CPU. Not my fault. Bought it that way, tried to fix it up, does not work. And these are the type of aluminum heat sinks I like to use. If I put them on like back of the GPU, these are what they look like here. You buy them and you can buy them with the stickiness on it. I usually just rip it all off. And I use this one on a chipset that didn't have a cooler, so I put it on the chipset just to make it cooler. Technically, I didn't need it, but I did. But yeah, you can get them with the thermal pads on it. As you can see, it goes around. And then, yeah, I'll just cut them off generally and put on my own. Pencil will go in there. That's about it for that drawer, I think. Another tote I gotta fill up. This is from a gigabyte board. This is for the chipset, but I was going to use it for another kind of cooler for whatever I can put it on. Does come with already push through holders for, so that'll make it easier if I can make it so that way it works. It works. If not, I can just rip them off fairly easy, or you can cut them off. Fairly easy to do. Yep. A pretty cool drawer. I mean, it's cheap. It was cheap at the time. I guess not even cheap, actually. That was a gift. That was a Christmas gift. Helped me keep some of my stuff organized for my PC stuff. Yeah. Yeah, keep all the heat sinks. Man, all my Intel coolers, LJ1150, 155, 56, with a core, copper core. These are solid copper cores with a nice fan on it. AMD. And I got all of these. I got multiple of these ones here. This one's a little bit beat up compared to the other one. So this one does have a fan on it. The other one, I took the fan off. That's with that fancy holographic sticker. I wanted to keep that separate, nice and safe, but I can always put a fan back on it. That's just a couple of them. I have about 20 of these coolers in total. Xeon ones, LJ115X. So all the LJ115 ones, 55, 556, 5, LJ1156, like all of those, they all are universal. And then you got different thicknesses of heat sinks, aluminum ones, copper core ones, really thick aluminum ones, really thick copper core, and thick aluminum heat sink ones, depending on the actual CPU that you buy it with. Yeah, about 20 of them. And yeah, people will go, why do you have those? Because I like them. I am an enthusiast. I like them. I try to keep them nice and, in storage, and only show them when I have to. I'll have to find my other ones. Those are probably in another tote. I want to put them all in one tote. Ooh, sorry about that. Yeah, all the heat sinks I try to keep. A lot of those aluminum heat sinks that I got some in a kit that I got, and then a lot of them I got, and they're the same ones, from modems. So like if you can get modems for free, you get the hard drive out of them, and you get aluminum heat sinks out of them, and you get those for very cheap. You can pick up modems, pick 10 of them for $5 basically. So you can save some money, get all the components you want, get some really cheap hard drives. You can get all the way up to 2 terabytes, I believe some of them have. A lot of ones I got them were 500 gig and 1 terabyte, but I mean, they were free, so. Yeah, right? trying to rebuild, and then you can save money. On off switch for, so not all motherboards are the same for the on and off switch. So this is an on off switch here with an LED built in. So if you turn it on, the LED turns on, and if you turn it off, the LED turns off, of course. This is a 3-pin. Yeah, it's not to focus. They don't have the focus on. Focus. So there you go. Here's the 3 pins and see, just 3 wires. 4 pin. This is a 4-pin. 5-pin. Yeah, sorry, 5-pin. This is a 5-pin. So it's got LED and on and off. Certain motherboards can use this here, and it's generally proprietary motherboards, and that's what I have this for. When I get those kind of motherboards, I can use this on and off switch, because you have to have a certain way to turn it on and off, and it's not just 2 pins that you gotta connect. Oh, I've lost more than that. I've lost half, if not more than half what I have today. Probably lost about 65% of what I had. All right, so this is the custom water loop. Put that in there. That, and then I can stack up for coolers there. And the box I got fill up that I can use, and then I got more bubble wrap for any other components that I want to wrap up. This is the, and I might be able to still use this. Probably just drift both. Might get use it. Yeah, I would like to recover a lot of stuff that I had. A lot of GPUs I would like to re-get. Maybe get better ones, but a lot of the ones that I had were top of the line. Models were really good. Motherboards that were very rare motherboards that are like $600 to buy nowadays that I got for a really good buy, but now they're like $600. CPUs, probably I have 60 less CPUs than what I normally would have. So many variations of LJ115, 015556, all those. So 115X, you call it. A whole bunch of those are gone. Motherboards, I have about 30 of them missing or gone, broken. Had to throw them out because they're no good. Should have kept them for spare parts, to be honest. A couple of them. Whole bunch of stuff. Yeah. And I don't care for that. Match Pentium 4, yeah. I would like that. Some of the Pentiums that I had before as well. I had a Q6600 as well. 66, a few 6000 series. From Intel. don't have them anymore. A bunch of i5s that I don't have anymore. i3s that I don't have anymore. i7s. Whole bunch of GPUs that I don't have anymore. Coolers that I don't have anymore. Custom blocks I don't have anymore. Yeah, the studio driver has more preferred. It's just it's preferred because it's more stable. It's a more stable driver. All right. You ever had a Core i series at all? Really? Wow. Oop. Hold on, Mike. Get back to the stand. Oh. Again, this is not mustard. This is window and door foam that I got on my clothes. I don't wear some of these clothes while streaming, but wear it today because it might get a little dirty and whatnot. So try not to ruin some more clothes that I have. Go. There we go. Show. Yeah, not mustard. Neil Young. Neil Young collection. It's limited edition collection with nice leather bound book. CD, DVD as well. There's backing on it. Poster. Oh, this hurts. It was such a pain to get out. Nice little holder. CDs. Got this from a gentleman did work for. Very nice guy. Yep. Same here, man. Just try to do what I can for the hat right now. Oh, God, Mac. Throw it in the trash. Throw it in the trash now. Throw it in the trash. Oh, that's cheap. Still throw it in the trash. And the power supply still works. You even got the magic nose? Wow. I don't know. I love when you get stuff almost all original. Oh, we got a happy Dave today. We got a happy Dave today. Yeah. No matter if it's wireless. The wireless ones were pretty expensive back in the day, too. My my mud box, my little mud box is what I like to use. I don't like to use the Hawk with the aluminum top. I like mud box. Holds nice, holds a lot of mud at the same time. Easy to carry around. Yeah, I like my stainless steel mud box. A little bit of rust, but that's surface rust. Comes right off. Pretty easy. Yeah, I like my mud box. Ooh. 2009 HP Pro Book. About dual finish route for the large design. Result of reading compared of the same things. Boom. It should be okay. It should be okay. They're generally rated for, I think they're 1 amp or 1.4 amp. So you should be okay. And check around on the board. It might have another fan header on it. Yeah, you can fit 16 in it. Some of those will only allow you to go up to 8 gigs, I believe. Man. There. Oh, ha. Or go. Right. Ready. Or I can take it. I need that. Add a normal 4K custom bundle. I mean, if you're able to do that, yeah. But they're generally rated for more than, like, they're generally rated for the amount of 2 fans. Yeah, it would have to run Windows 10. Windows 11 would be worse. Yeah, it would be really bad on Windows 11. It's chokes. Although, yeah, oh, 2 more totes to go. One almost filled. This one still got lots of room. Sit down for a minute. Yeah, more RAM would be better. Where to find the RAM? You just gotta find DDR3 RAM. Yeah, SODIMM. It's DDR3, I do believe. Yeah, you can find Kingston very cheap. Which is other brand? I got a pair of it. Oh, I packed it away, of course. I got a pair of it. It was DDR2, but you can also get DDR3 and DDR4 of it, and it's very cheap. What is it brand? I forgot what it's called. No, not that's the brand of the chips that are on it. No, you can't cut a regular. So the pins are still the same on the big ones, on the little ones. It's just smaller. It's just smaller, low profile LP or low powered or LP low profile SODIMMs are for laptops generally or mini PCs, but mostly laptops. Yeah, you be cutting all. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you can't just cut down the size. Yeah, they're called SODIMMs. That's what you want to look for DDR3, and you can find very cheap DDR3 SODIMMs, like very, very cheap. 8 gigs for like, I think $15. DIMM or SD. There's so many variations of RAM, to be honest, but that's what we want to look for that. So dims. Yeah, you can find DDR3 very cheap. You find very cheap kits and they work just fine. If you can buy a whole bunch of different brands and different kind of kits, each kit could be a lot better than one or the other, and then you can find some really good kits for very cheap. Yeah, you can find 8 gigs for very cheap. Yep. Yeah, and only error correcting will only work with Xeons generally. Right? You gotta UCC. It'll still work. It's just not gonna be error correcting. You want to look for unbuffered. Unbuffered is what you want to look for. Gotta move the server. Gotta move the server. Server up there. Speed it down before I move away. Oh. So, server's up there for now. I haven't seen the server before I put it away. Still got the peels. Gotta love that. I got a bunch of stuff used that still have the peels. I haven't taken them off yet. Like my 2080 Super still got the peels on it. Yeah, stay here. Yeah, still got 2080 Super with peels on it. What else do I have on? I have a bunch of stuff that still has the peels. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. The sun's coming through. Blinding. And I got a bunch of clothes that I got to fold up, put away. A bunch of laundry. I took that away. I'll go through a bunch of tools underneath the bed, get them in the boxes. I got a bunch of tools over there. Oh, the tools is going to be a chore. Tools give me a chore. They just didn't want it. It doesn't matter if you knew what it was or not. Some people don't care about the money. They just care about giving it to a good new home. Right? So I'm one of those people that give it a forever home. But put it in storage, it gets wrapped up properly, put it into nice storage. Everything gets put in totes. Totes and put away. The stuff that I got used and don't really care about, and or over the years is I don't have anymore. Not my fault though, from moves. Missing a lot of stuff, so that couldn't do anything about. Yeah, put everything in totes. Yep, put in good hefty totes. Way to do it. Gotta find room to put my 3070 Ti when I put that away, I gotta find a room for that. I gotta find a box so I'll have room for it. Oh, I would too, man. I've been looking for a decent AM3 Plus motherboard for the FX and the 6000 series. I'm looking for a good board for it. They're not cheap though. You throw it in the garbage, rough. That's nice too. Yep, nice to get stuff for free from people. It is. It's good to save money. Even if you have money, it's good to save money. It's because you really want to buy something that's pricier. Oh, I should grab the tools, start going through some tools, put that away. I just don't want it. It's a chore the whole time. I got uh, I can wait. I gotta move the bed. Exactly. That's nice. Would you like this? I mean, why would I not? Tin snips with a magnet on it for testing metals. Adjustable right angle and 45-degree angle. Another pair of tin snips, long tin snips. I use these for roofing. These work really good for roofing. Nice old pair of forged tin snips that I fixed up. So they got, I don't know if you can see it. I might not be able to show it on here. I know they look like they're in rough shape. They're in really good shape. I fixed these up. They are harp, paper, boom. Oh, I gotta loosen them up a bit though. Oh yeah. Yo. Nice and sharp. These are really good old forged long. So that way if you're cutting long pieces of metal, you have more of a reach. These work really good. I have another pair, but they're new. So these are duckbill. These are just straights, again, for longer reach. These ones do have a grip on them. These are wisps. These are really good to buy. And again, then they're also forged. We want to get forged steel. These are 12-inch. These are also a 12-inch forged as well. Really good to have when cutting metal. Again, these are pointed. And these are a duck bill. As you can see, they're rounded. Chalk line, Wilma chalk line. Diamond file for doing tile. You had a soft side or a rough side and a soft side for doing tile. Small container chalk. I got a big, I think they're called 10-pound of chalk. This is just a small orange. The other ones are red. I like to use red. Black is a permanent. Red is like a semi-permanent. Good to have. Orange is like a semi-permanent washable. Battery covers for my high power batteries. String line. Pazload oil for my nail gun. Touch-up paint container. These are good to have. So they got a little touch-up brush, and they got some marbles, clear and the marbles for in there. For if you're doing touch-ups, you can make your own touch-up paints. I do a lot of stuff. Yeah, forged. Forged, not the same kind of hand. They're not hand forged. Forged. These are press forged. That's what you want in tin snips is forged, not. Yeah. Blue, it's washable. So blue is for like interior. If you're doing interior and the roof basically already done on like job sites and that, you can use blue. Blue is a washable. You can wash it off. Red is more of a permanent, a semi-permanent. It can handle multiple washes. Black is permanent. Permanent, as in it can go through weathers, washings and that, and it'll stay on. No, then you can use different colors to differentiate the stuff, but the colors just show you what are washable and permanent or semi-permanent. As you also got like fluorescent green, blue, fluorescent orange, reds, black, whites. Black is permanent, red is semi-permanent, blue is washable. The other ones are just if you want to differentiate stuff, but those are generally washable. The three mains are, yeah, your blue, red, and black. Pipe cutter, copper pipe cutter, these are good to have. Different brushes are good to have. This is a stainless steel brush, and this is a brass brush, which you're going to use on brass type appliances. Another thing you can use if you want to like fix up old doorknobs and that, and you can heat up the doorknob with a torch, brush it with one of these brass brushes, and the brass will come off and go on to the actual doorknob and fix them up, make them clean, perfect. Yeah, I know something about something. I do a lot of stuff, so yeah. So you can also, I do believe, I'm not sure on this. May cause cancer, lung by inhalation. Avoid breathing dust. Yeah, well, no doubt, but we don't do that. We don't care. It does not say on this one if it's semi-permanent or permanent. But yeah, this is, yeah. So permanency and weatherability, this is only a 2 on the 4 scale. This is a 2, so it's a semi-permanent. It's like basically like your red semi-permanent. The line of that, woo-hoo. Yeah, it's not good for you. It's chalk, right? It's chalk. It's just a colored chalk. Of course, it's not good for you. A bunch of screws in that, I suppose. A can of premium grade yellow ABS cement. This stuff smells amazing. Oh, and apparently I gotta get some vice grips for this one. But yeah, this stuff, again, I do a lot of stuff. I do, again, light electrical, light plumbing. I do framing, wood, metal, roofing, tile work. You name it, I do it. But yeah, it's good to have all this kind of stuff, especially if you're doing renovations like I used to do as well, renovations. Flapper discs are great for wood and metal. Even on doing stonework, these flapper discs work actually really good, give you a nice surface if you know what you're doing for that kind of stuff. I used to do limestone cutting as well for high grade cottage homes for rich people and stuff like that. I used to do hand chisel and air powered limestone cutting as well. Diamond discs are better to do, but you gotta really know what you're doing with the diamond discs, or else you just make gouges and not good. Right, that's that. Smaller topper container here. Just a little smaller topper container. Square, you're gonna need a square if you're gonna be doing woodwork, metalwork. So you're gonna need a square. More tin snips. You know what these are? Bending metal. Got gauges on them as well. These are widths. These were like $120 back in the day. You can find them a little bit cheaper now, but these ones here you cannot find anymore. And so these are very precious to me because you literally cannot find these style anymore. I've ground and flattened these to a nice rounded edge, rounded with a flat edge on one side, and the other side is a 90 degree. The other side is a 45. So that way, if I do certain bends, I just flip it to a certain way, bend it that way, bend it the other way for a 90. Hard to tell on it, but 45. So here's like a flat edge here, very small flat edge to a 45. This one is just a flat 90 all the way across. These I fixed up myself. I got them and then I ground them, flattened them with this flattening stone, and then did the edge on them the way I wanted. So that way I can do metal bending the way I wanted. This, again, these right here are your greens, not left and right. You can use them left or right-handed if you wanted. You can flip them around, do a different angle on it anyways. If you know what you're doing that way, you got to learn how to use these as well. These right here are lefts. The greens, the lefts. So technically you would be using them in your left hand. So that way you can cut left circles or left radiuses if you're doing radius work. That's what it is. Greens are left, and then, well, technically rights, and then reds are rights, technically lefts. So that way you can do left curve. Then you can use two at the same time and snip them that way. Or if you want to do a straight cut, you just hold it on a certain angle, use two snips. You got to use your rights, lefts, rights and lefts, and you got to do a certain angle, and then you can cut ½ inch or an inch away from whatever you're doing, and then cut two pieces of metal at the same time. So that way you can do two different lengths at the exact same time if you measure it out proper. Certain stuff you can learn over the years. Profile, doing different profiles. So push it in, it can do different profiles if you wanted. So you can find profile, then you can just etch that on to whatever you're doing. Boom. It's got so many of these cutting knives, or for like epoxies or whatever you're using it for. A whole bunch of stuff. This is definitely for brickwork masonry. This is just so I can put in the grout mortar, definitely mortar, grout mortar, though, into the edges and make a nice smooth appearance. So there's that. Chisels, a whole bunch of chisels. I use this one for a box. I just got to clean them up. ½ inch chisel. I got ½ inch, 1 inch, 3/4 inch chisels. Just a wooden handle, flats. Just electrical Robinson tile. I do tile. Blue top line. My other one's the red. This is a washable. So this is the blue. Shows it's black, but oh no, this is black. I switched it with black. Ooh, I didn't realize I switched this one out with black. Dang, that wasn't my blue. But yeah, this is my permanent now, apparently. It's just a cheap one. Cheap one works fine. The more expensive ones are just faster, technically reeling in. Paint measures. Imperial and metric. So this is right here. Imperial. So this is imperial. And then I got metric tape as well. Then I got magnetic tip for when I do metalworking. So magnet tip. You're gonna want step bits. If you're doing metalworking, you're gonna want step bits. These Irwin ones are really good. Not fun to sharpen, but these are really, really good. Last a very long time. Here, very expensive. This one cost almost $100 for this one here. Router bits, I got a whole bunch of different kind of router bits for doing profiles on and that. Yeah, a whole bunch of drill bits. 3/4 inch chisel. More putty knives. Sockets. Razor blades. Good to have razor blades around. I like the more expensive ones. The more expensive ones cost more, but they are a thicker blade and they were less prone to snapping. And a bunch of diamond drill bits for when I do tile work, so I could put screws in, stuff like that. You're gonna want these. These are like $40 almost a piece for these small ones. I got a whole kit of them. So you can buy kits fairly cheap, but they wear a lot faster. And putty knives. Whole bunch of different kind of screwdrivers you're gonna want. These are, I should put those all into my other drawer, but that works fine for now. File, put that away. Yeah. Yep. So sanding blocks. This right here just has because I was just sanding something quick. High grit sanding block. This has angle on it. This is so that we can get into corners when you're doing mudding that. Well, I have more blades. Again, these Milwaukee ones are really good. These work really good. Then you get these cheap blades for these style blades. You can get them cheap, or you can buy the more expensive ones. Yeah, remember though, the more expensive, like these carbide ones. These carbide ones are really good, but they're very prone to chipping because of how hard they are. They work good though if you know what you're doing, and they can last a very long time. Clamps, you're gonna want clamps for a whole bunch of stuff. These clamps are not cheap. 12-inch clamp, 14-inch clamps, 12-inch technically, but 12-inch clamp. You don't want these big ones. These ones are nice. These DeWalt ones are nice because what you could do is you can take off the one side, you can flip it around to the other side, and you can use it as a jag. Up to 350 pounds per clamp, so 350 pounds per clamp you can jack up. Nice to have. I used them when I was building small buildings. I'll jack up one side with one of these, jack up one side, and then level it that way. And then my trolley tote, which everything goes on. Trolley tote. That. Grouting tools. These ones here are not cheap. These are premium one. They last a long time though. They're like a special kind of rubber. They're soft but hard rubber. Good for grouting. Sprayer, a titanium tip sprayer, will last a very long time for certain kind of spraying applications. This is not a gravity fed. This is a pressurized container. I do like these ones. Gravity feds work good, but these ones work really good as well. If you have a compressor that can put out that kind of pressure, you do different kind of sprays on it, different kind of thin sprays on them. Works really good. Different thicknesses of paints go through these ones nicely as well. And then I don't know how many of these I got. Probably 3, 6, 9, about 12 of these little containers full of This one has screws and bits and claw style blades in them. A whole bunch of stuff in that. Other bits and screws. These are cobalt drill bits. I have to find the rest of them. They're probably in my smaller tote there. These cobalts are expensive, but they last a very long time without needing sharpening. If you sharpen them, they're kind of Hacksaws, torch trowel, hand planers, old Stanley hand planer here. It's got to be re-cleaned up. Did have a nice and clean, but apparently moisture's gotten to it again. That's what sucks about these older ones, but they are really nice. Adjustable planer, so that way I can do hand planing. How do you sharpen drill bits on a grinder? On a grinder a certain way, in certain angles. You just gotta get the angle proper. You gotta know not to get them too hot. On a grinder though, grinder wheel. These Milwaukee Shockwave, these titanium ones work really good. This just has a bunch of screws and whatnot in it now, but I got a bunch of them. Holy, these are nice. You can put them in an impact. If you know what you're doing, you're not going to break them, but you can use them in an impact and they work really good. Just a few drills. I got a whole bunch of drills. These are impacts. It's an old impact. This worked. Well, sorry, no. Where's my old impact? One of these, I have an old impact. Yeah, these are my newer ones, actually. Oh, sorry, this is my old one right here. Sorry, this is my old one. Yeah, so this is my old, one of the first 20 volts impacts that came out. I got works really good. They're not very fast. These are like 3,000 RPM, 3,800 RPM. These ones go to with adjustable speed. This one's not adjustable speed. This one you just gotta feather with the trigger. This one here has adjustable speeds on it. Not the greatest, but they work really good. This one here has a upgraded impact on it. This one right here impacts very hard. I upgraded the hammerhead in it. Uh, 1950 Stanley 3-piece cast aluminum drill. If you get wet or if you're too sweaty of a person, you will be shocked by this. I mean, not just shocked as in how well this works, because it works pretty good from the 1950s, but I mean, you will literally get shocked if you're too sweaty of a person or working in a wet environment. This will shock you. It's only a 3/8 inch chuck, 3/8 only. It's only 3/8, but it works really good. Quite happy with it. Again, 1950s, and these are kind of a rare. These Stanleys are really rare. I could sell them. I could sell it if I wanted, but I don't want to sell it. The value just keeps going up the longer I have it, because they, again, are getting rare, and it works. Looks great. Roofing blade. So roofing, you know what? The claw style, a roof. We're doing roofing. We had custom container for it, so that way it's metal and it clips in, so it just has a certain angle put onto it with a little indent, so that way it hooks into the little center part, and then you put it in, and then it goes all the way until this way, and then you go until it clicks, and then it doesn't fall out. So if you're roofing, good, pull it out. Just a quick, these last basically forever. Shark style, I guess you want to call them, shark style roofing blade, roofing holder. Yeah, that's what you want. Just quick in and out. Walks in, made that. Trowels, 6-inch trowels here. So we got square style, blued. It's just a blued. Got to clean these up again. What you want to do with your trowels too is you can sharpen these up, as long as you can make them like nice and flat too. Gotta be careful, this is really sharp. What you want to do too is when you get these is rust them, rust the crap out of them, and then sand them down to get rid of the rust. Make sure you got a nice edge on it, so that way you can just put it to the side and pull the paper, and it cuts the paper really nice. But rusting it up and then sanding them down makes them a bit thinner, especially up on this part. So that way you can do a better feathering. So that way it has a good flex on the tip style. And yeah, it works really good. And that's what you want to do when you get a brand new one, because it's very, very thick. And then you can sand it down, get a nice thin taper onto it. So it'll be very thick down here, very thin up here, and give good flexibility, give you better performance. A lot of people don't know that. That's what you want to do. You want to rust them up to clean them up. But yeah, they're not stainless steel ones. Stainless steel ones are a pain to actually do it to. So you either get a blued one, which you can get them to rust. So you just scratch them up, put them in water, get them to rust up to a certain point, and then sand that down, and then get these nice and flexible. Angle clamps. Angle clamps work really good if you're going to be doing, cabinets or stuff like that. Angle clamps work good. An angle drill bit. This is impact resistant. These work really good if you got to go into a small spot with an angle, and then you can use one of these. These work really good. Diamond disc. This is for doing bricks and stuff like that, not for tile and that, but these are diamond discs. You gotta want saw blades, grinder, cut off discs, saw blades. This has been sharpened professionally. Again, another one that I have to get cleaned up. Keeping them nice and clean will make them last longer as well. This is for cutting steel, up to a 1/4 inch thick steel. This is a steel cutter. And this is a nice fine wood as well. Good to have. Yeah, angle clamps. These are for woodworking. And you see, and here, and you put the wood, whatever, all the way up to, I believe this one goes to 3 inches. And you put it in there. And then it goes, and it connects together. Tighten them up. You glue them, nail them. Let them sit, and then these are angled. These are aluminum angled clamps for doing woodworking. You can even use them for metal if you wanted to, if you want to use them for welding to make sure it has the proper angle. But yeah, these are good for 90-degree angles. This is for my tile cutter, not my tile saw, my tile breaker. Add on to the tile breaker, you can do different measurements, put the tile to it, score it, done kind of thing. I don't really use it. I just have it just in case. Slide off. So you put, so basically what you're going to do is put it in here, right? So you put it in here like this. So it goes to the point. You got to tighten this clamp. Tighten the clamp, you put another piece, goes to it. It says to cut on a 45, put another piece to it, and you tighten that, and glue it first, and then you nail it, and then boom, you let it sit. So no, it doesn't slide off. The clamps. Yeah, clamps. Clamp here, goes in to the 90-degree here. Other side has its clamp, so you up to 3 inch on this. Yep. Yeah, more of these bits. These just have some concrete bits in it. I have a whole bunch of these containers. I'm working over the years. You just collect these containers, good to hold different materials, and then you just throw them in your box, and then you can just write on whatever's on it. This had tech bits in it, and yeah, throw it in your container and grab it if you get a sawzall or jigsaw blades. My jigsaw got stolen though. So jigsaw blades, you got like scroll style, so you can do really small curves and that. You got rough cuts, fine cuts. Another style of these are carbon based scroll style, so that way you can do nice cuts. Really good. Oh, where my thumb was. Oh, gotcha. Inkzol. So Inkzol. These Milwaukee Inkzol, you can literally like mark it on whatever you want, basically, and it will write onto it. Like whatever, not just paper, anything basically, even if it's wet, these will work, these are awesome to have. They're expensive, but holy, you can literally, whatever you want to write it on quickly with these markers are awesome. Extension bits, you're going to want extension bits for stuff. This is a small, low profile extension bit, so that way you can do extension bit and go into a small hole if you needed to. You gotta want drill bits. This is just a titanium coating drill bit. I like my cobalts. Cobalts are awesome. And you got different style cutoff discs. You got these cheaper cutoff discs, more expensive cutoff discs. Sander. My sander got stolen too, I think, but I don't know where it is. Yeah, my sander got stolen too. But yeah, sanding discs were good. Angle for doing angles on my cutter, my tile break. Just a angle Allen key, so that way I can do quick tightening on certain stuff, get nice and torque spec on it. old 6-inch nail. Old 6-inch nail. I got a few of them just because I ever needed it to hammer in something I didn't want to move, like for like a string line or something like that. You can use these, just hammer in, and you can pull them off really easily. They last a long time. Good to have. Sawzall blades, just random sandpaper that you might need. Yeah, good to have them. You can get them up to 12 inches of these nails, up to 12-inch nails. But yeah, it's good to have these nails because, yeah, you can just hammer them in a few inches. You can measure out onto it afterwards as well, make a mark, put your string line there. So if you're trying to do certain stuff onto it, you can measure that out, put it to the 4-inch, check along whatever you're working on with like a gauge, so you can cut a block of wood or something like that to a certain thickness and check your work to see how flat it is across a long distance. So it's good little tricks you can do in the trades, right? Straps can be very handy for doing stuff as well. Tie downs, very handy. Yeah, elastic band for this one. What? A whole bunch of stuff. Well, Then you're gonna want wrenches, nail puller if you have to use a nail puller, or it can be really good for, this is a hefty duty nail puller, like hefty duty. Not gonna bend on it. It works really good. Hammer hardened as well. Different nail puller for different way you want to do it, or if you want to do, let's say, move a piece of wood before you nail it, works really good as well. Again, not gonna bend you on it. It's a hefty duty one. So many screwdrivers, drywall saws you're gonna need, airline blower, more adjustable wrenches, brush cleaner, uh 12 inch Sawzall blade. Yeah, want some big Sawzall blades if you ever need them. Carbide tip, work really good. Sockets, you want different kind of sockets. Auger bits, flopper self drillers, 1 inch, 3/4, 1/2 inch if you're drilling through, studs for electrical lines and stuff like that. Chisels. It's a little rusty now, but this is the Impact one I was talking about. Put it in Impact. Milwaukee Shockwave works really good. If you know what you're doing, not gonna break them. Yep, a whole bunch of stuff. That fits on in my box there. It's been using a lot of stuff from it. And talk about didn't. Not. Where? Clamps. Where I set those clamps? Clamp. Clamp. Chargers, a fast charger, they're really expensive. Dual charging, dual fast charger. Well, those are really cheap. Hard hat. Maybe a hard hat. Mine has a, I think it's Paw Patrol sticker on it. Yeah. Yeah, get any hard hat. These clips here are for putting a face shield over you if you need that. Good to have on it. Face shield. Hard hat, definitely gonna need it. Again, got Paw Patrol on it. You know, my Paw Patrol. The heck did I put those? Files, round file, asterisk file. Box, also tool. It's organized. Did some organizing the other night off string. More clamps. Sometimes, yeah, the job site allows it. There's some job sites you have to wear them properly. Some job sites you don't have to. And generally, you cannot wear on top of a hat anyways. I learned over the years, I used to wear hats, by the way. I learned over the years to help the burning in the back of the neck is holy. You can get some pretty nasty burns. Having the hat flip backwards is actually better because I always wear glasses anyways. I always wear safety sunglasses when I'm working outside because my eyes don't like the sun. So I wear safety sunglasses. Just have to hide that I'm high or anything like that. It's because my eyes really don't like it. I'll be squinching all day and it's not good for the eyes. But yeah, having the hat backwards helps protect my neck from the sun. And then putting the backwards hard hat, same thing. Yep, a little extra protection too. And I've never had anything fall on my head before. Just had it fall on my face, but not on my head. Different thickness masonry tool. These clamps are good for 1,100 pounds. Not per. These are good for about 600 pounds per or 1,100 pounds together. Not 1,200, but 600 pounds per. But yeah, these are really good clamps. These are good for 100 pounds. These are not adjustable, so I can't flip these around using the jack. These are, again, they're just smaller clamps that I might need. Again, a lot of clamp. Another Baxter style round file. Tin. So if you're doing duct work, you want to join two round pieces of metal together. You gotta want to crimp one end. These are for like $120 for one of these. You crimp it a certain way, so that way it makes a smaller profile and it can fit on the two pieces together. Wood style drill bit, pointed tip wood. This is for wood. This is not for metal. You cannot use this for metal. You'll destroy it. This is for wood. Just a blackened style wood tip. This is a 9/16. I think this one is 9/16, just over ½ inch. Tech, just for doing nuts. If you want to hold a nut, unscrew it or tighten it. Good to have these kind of hand ones. Again, more Milwaukee Inksol. These Inksol markers, holy, they're amazing. Good to have. Hair comb. Dual-sided wrench. Just one last thing that you might have to bring up if you're on a roof doing certain stuff. Well, one last thing, having a lesser weight is better. It's why I have a really expensive Hitabo. It used to be Hitachi. Hitabo now. Roofing nail gun, because it's magnesium. They're very, very lightweight, the lightest weight you can get, and they're top of the line. They last a very long time. That's why I use them. They're expensive, yeah, but less weight is better. More Sawzall blades. This is a fine tooth for cutting metal. Job sites. If you want to lock up your stuff, you're gonna want yourself a nice lockable, some way to lock up tools. If you want to leave your stuff at job sites, this right here, good luck trying to cut through with one of those bolt cutters. You cannot do that with this style here. You literally need a Sawzall nut, and that you'll make loud noise, and it'll take you a very long time to cut through one of these. as these style, you literally need to have clamps with you or something like that to be able to cut through them. So I use these. Yo, so that box is empty. Might put some stuff in. Diamond disc for doing porcelain, marble. You can get certain style ones. It's good for porcelain and marble or ceramic style work. This is really nice. Again, more of these containers. This container probably has bits in it, a whole bunch of different style bits. This has drill bits in it. These are okay. So with these ones here, what I don't like about them, they work great. They work great. These style here, they work great. The chips that come off them are so hot. It's insane how hot the chips are when you use these style here. The DeWalt. They are cobalt, so they do last a long time. But I mean, holy, the chips are ever hot. If it touches you, it's melting into you. Yeah, the sun in your eyes. That's why the job sites you have to wear safety glasses. So I use shaded safety glasses. Shaded. These are safety glasses. But yeah, I have to wear shaded safety glasses if I'm working outside. More bits. More bits. Pennant trowel. I've never used this style before, but when I got it, so you're gonna use it like this, basically. So it sits in your hand, and then you can do a nice feathering with it. It's a blued style. I have not sanded this down yet. I find with these ones you don't really need to because you just want a nice straight edge anyways, and then you can feather it out anyways at this point. You don't need to have that style of an edge, but I've never used this. You don't hold it like this. It's kind of awkward. It's thin, right? Thin and wide. You gotta hold it like this, and these work really, really good. Really good for quick hand. Works really good in the mud buckets too. I really like this style. And these are cheap. These are Titan by Total. These are the Titan lineup. And yeah, I've never used one like this before. Was very impressed by how comfortable everything was after long periods of time of doing mudding. Long, swift motions, how well it actually worked. I was very happy with this style. Very, very happy with this style. What so I got to throw on that? Screwed. I can't really put much more in that one. Vice grips, you definitely need vice grips. Got a bunch of these vice grips. Good to have. Tool bags again. This is a tool bag that I use while roofing. Then I got another one that I add on to the leather belt here. I like Coonies. Coonies works really good. This is a nice, thin, soft leather. Works really good as well. But yeah, just a multi-pocket. So I can put like a pencil, marker, stuff like that in it. Pencils, right? Pencils. You want pencils, lots of pencils. But I like this as well. It's by DeWalt, actually. And it has a phone holder, but the phone holder has like special membrane around it so that way it can protect the screen in that. It's got a Velcro. It's got a hook as well. So if you're needing certain stuff on, like, if you're doing roofing, you're going to want clips, lots of these clips. I don't know. But anyways, you want to clip on whatever you're using if you're roofing, because you don't want to drop it. Let's say you accidentally drop it or you shipped a certain way. You don't want anything dropping, okay? You can get fines that way, or it can hurt somebody. You don't want anything dropping. So with like tin snips, let's say if you like tin snips, or you're like my knife, but tin snips, you're gonna want to clip it on. So even though you're gonna put it into the pocket, you'll want to clip it on just in case it pops out. It's there. It will never fall off and cause someone injury or give you a fine. Yeah. Clips. Yeah. Then I got another bag I got to grab and put that in. Probably hook it up to this as well. But I got another bag too. It's a DeWalt one, but I like these Kuni ones, these soft leather Kuni ones. It's not that they're soft. It's that if you're constantly putting your hand in and out of the bags, if you get the rough ones, they will rough up your hands even more than that they already are, or they're just sticky. They're stickier, so pulling stuff out, especially if you have a bunch of stuff in it, can be a pain. So having the soft ones are really nice. The soft ones are just sanded down leather. Levels, safety glasses if I'm working inside, clear safety glasses what I'm going to be using. So yeah, you know what, levels. Yeah, it's a Fat Max by Stanley level here. Been very good over the years. This is just a cheap Stanley level, but works just fine. Lightweight, so if I have to reach up, do some leveling, box beam level. But yeah, these work really good. Couple of levels is really good to have. Multiple levels is very good to have. Short levels good to have. Magnetic ones are good to have. But yeah, levels. Hole saw kits, good to have. Hole saw kits are good to have. So hole saw kit, what a lot of people don't know is with these hole saw kits is they got this little screw thing here. And then with these bigger hole saws, it's not a big of a hole saw. They screw into it, right? And they got a bigger radius screw. So you screw it in. And what you're going to do is not screw it in all the way. Not all the way. You screw it in, back turn it. Back turn it. Screw that up. That goes through it, right? Goes through it. And when you drill into something, it's not going to tighten all the way so that way you can't get this back off. You just loosen this back off and it unscrews very nice. That's what happens with the bigger ones. So that's why you've got the style here. With the smaller ones, here, these smaller hole saws where it can't have that, you don't really have to worry about it tightening too much on you anyways. With these smaller ones, it's less pressure anyway, so you don't have to worry that much on it, which is quite nice. And these are quick to do. Well, I'll be along the ways. Yeah, pole saw kits. This is a cheap pole saw kit by Anvil. You can get them fairly cheap. It's good for metal and for wood. Yeah, looks good. Oh, some messages I got to answer here soon. Yeah. Pole saw kit. Lots of stuff in there. Well, you can see better to talk about it. Fine. Unsaw kit new in there. But la. Yeah, move that to get this even out of here, unfortunately. Find a box or something, throw my harnesses and that in. Fine. 12s for doing mortar, or tile, straight edges are good to have. Small drills are good to have. This is a 12-inch, half-inch. Small Milwaukee drill, these are good to have as well. Special handle, lightweight. Having multiple drills is really good to have because that way multiple different bits on each one, have them ready for different holes. I try to be as efficient as possible when working. The aluminum side on that level, they're both aluminum. They're all aluminum. Use it all the time. It's just you gotta be gentle and not raping on stuff all the time, so that way you can keep this. It's a machine flattened sides. These are machine flattened sides. All the time. Use them all the time. This one here just doesn't. It's just painted. That's all. It's just painted all the time. Yeah, all the time. Both sides. Because let's say I want to read an angle that's up on the ceiling. Read it up. Right? So that way I can read it. And it's also got it so that way I can read it up above. And it's got fluorescent stuff that's good for low light. Different sides to it. Yeah, I don't use this side at all. I only use this side and this side. I try not to slide mine. Welcome back, Theo. Yeah, see, I don't even do that. If I'm trying to check that kind of flatness, I use a flat edge, straight edge. I use a straight edge, and I try to keep this as flat as possible. So I even check it on my actual level as well. But use a straight edge. I'll use some sort of marking tool like chalk or something on the actual flooring or whatever concrete, and then scrape this gently across that, see if it has high and low spots. That's what I do. I will not slide this back and forth on ground on any kind of surfaces besides wood. Even still, I try to be careful because this is a machined surface. This looks like it has marks on it, just marker and that, but it's a machined surface, so that way You can tell how flat it is. And yeah, it's still very good shape. I've had this level for 15 years now, almost 15 years, this level. When they first came out, I got it. They were really expensive back in the day. Still very good. Again, it's been through paint jobs, so I can only see really through this side. But this side, I have to adjust. I put marker over it, put NFG, no effing good, NFG, and I won't use this side for now until I adjust it. I have to adjust it. If you test to test any kind of level, you're gonna want to do one side. You're gonna flip it over. Yeah, check it to see if that is the same amount on, so see if there's any fluctuations. Then you're gonna do the same thing. Check this on the other side of it, not this side as well. You put that to the side. You gotta flip it. Check that as well to see if there's any kind of fluctuations as well in between to see how level it is. And that's how you check your levels, see how flat they are. And if they're not the exact same when you flip it over, it means it's not level and you cannot use that. For what pieces though? Oh, for that stone. Yeah. For stone, you can put them as close as possible depending on the epoxy that you're using. Yeah, you're trying to epoxy match it. And then when the epoxy dries, it will leave a small concave gap. That's when you use to match the stone to use a different style of epoxy though. To join the actual two pieces of stone, you use a certain kind of epoxy. And that epoxy, you need to, depending on the epoxy, you need to have a certain thickness of gap. There are some epoxies where you can like basically mend the two pieces together as close as possible though. And that's what you kind of want. You want to be as close as possible. But some epoxies want to have a gap thickness due to the fact of settlement. If things settle, one side settles or things aren't as flat as what they should be, that epoxy can have a slight flex. And it won't crack. It won't crack the stone at that edge. I used to do all that stuff too. Oh, I gotta find a spot to put my turbo as well. I'm trying to sell it, but not having too many bites. There are people wanting it, but don't even know what a turbo really is. Marble and granite. Yeah, well, marble's completely different than granite. Marble's very temperamental compared to granite. Yeah, I like doing marble, but marble's a natural, like, yeah, granite is, but I mean, those are natural stones that you're working with there. It's a completely different kind of epoxy that you're going to be using for those. Marble has fissures in them that are just, sometimes you cannot predict the fissures. You can try to predict the fissures of where it might crack and try to do certain cuts on them so that way it doesn't crack there, or marble is very tricky. Granite's a lot easier because it's tight bonding. Fissures are very less prone to cracking over time. Yeah, if you find it boring, it kind of sucks. But I mean, if you get good at it, you can make some good money off that kind of stuff. I did limestone cutting. We did some granite, marble style stuff, but we only did really limestone cutting, handmade limestone cutting. Yeah, marble's not fun to play around. Well, and do stuff with. I like doing marble tile, but yeah, you still got to be careful. You just gotta wash your hands with. Yep. Marble's usually used in bathrooms. Yep. Used in kitchens, like countertops, stuff like that. But you can do marble as well. You can get thicker cut. But the fissures in them there is the problem. It's the cracks that are still bonded together, but they can just randomly crack. Randomly crack. That's what sucks. That's what sucks about doing tile marble. Oh my God. Some of them, when they look just fine. You start cutting them, a little bit of vibration. It doesn't like the vibration, and then cracks on you, breaks on you. Natural stone's not terrible. Limestone, you don't even need a dust mask, to be honest. Limestone, you can cough that out. It's not like coal or certain stones as well. But natural stone generally you're okay with. There are some natural stones that have bacteria that's not good for you, but you can generally cough it out. Limestone, you can cough that out. You don't even need a mask while cutting it. You should wear a mask, but even in the blue book, you don't need it. You don't need a mask. I wore a mask. I wore a 3M mask, a special respirator, because I did a lot in a booth and with a special filter that literally will suck the dust basically right out. It doesn't even go up. It just goes straight out the vent into a dust collecting. We got a huge dust collecting. That was nice, actually. Worked really good. I had to clean it every single day, but worked good. But I did it at a booth. And by the end of the day, it needed to be clean, basically. And you know, because the room would fill up with dust where I can't even see. But work's got to get done. Sometimes you don't have time to clean it, which sucks. Again, you don't need a mask, though, with limestone. Yeah. Doesn't matter how big you are. And it depends on what you're doing, too, right? It could just be a random piece. I've had random pieces of glass break on me. It turns out it was from the factory that didn't do the baking process proper and baking cooling process on the glass. And literally, you pick up these glass panels, and I generally do it by myself. They're 100-some-pound pieces of glass, over like some of them are 200, but at the time there are 140 pounds per piece of glass. Literally, go to pick it up, and it just shatters in your hand. It's like, I didn't do nothing. Go and I grab the next one, shatters. The handler grabs one, shatters. Boss comes over and goes, "What's going on?" And we're cleaning up glass. Boss comes over, "What's going on?" Blah, blah, blah. Like, well, how are you breaking the glass? We're picking it up. He goes, "What?" I'm like, "We're just picking it up, trying to install the glass into the windows that we made, the window sashes that we made, and they're shattering." He goes, "What?" And he goes over and grabs it, and it shatters in his hand. He's like, "Holy crap." And he calls up and says, the whole order was bad. We had to smash every single piece of glass, throw it out, smash every piece of glass, as they were no good. Slipped at his hand. Working out can make you weaker, right? Yeah, remember, if he works out, working out makes you weaker. Working out 1 to 2 times a week makes you stronger. Working out a lot more than that just makes you weaker. It technically makes you more ripped, but it makes you weaker. You lose hand grip strength. You lose a lot of stuff. That's why, like, when I'm doing a lot of cutting is really good. It makes you stronger over time, but throughout that week or month or whatever, if you're doing a lot of it, you get weaker as time goes on. But after that, you get more tendon strength, you get more muscle strength. And you can cut really thick pieces of metal, and without doing two-handers, you can just use one hand. I've done a lot of metal work and a lot of cutting, and it makes you stronger. It makes you grip strength. Good strength. Okay, I'm gonna put these out. I'm gonna find the rest of my tools I might have around. Get my machinist vice packed away. I got one more tote that's full of clothes. I want to fold some of that up. Make sure that's packed away. I gotta go through my other toolboxes are for PC components. Oh, yeah. Away. It is, yeah. Yeah, see, I've never actually broken a piece of glass like that. The only time I've broken a piece of glass because it was bad. It was a bad piece of glass. And it was the only shipment at the time. I worked in the custom fabrication shop for building high end, low end buildings, relocatable buildings. I worked in a custom shop, and it was the only shipment that was bad that we had, and every piece was bad. Like it, if you picked it up or set it down, even if you set it down properly onto rubber pads and that, it would still shatter, or just more or less just picking it up would shatter. And you got to be careful with that kind of stuff because, yeah, you can get hurt. But shattering into a million pieces is good. Shattering in a few pieces is bad. That will do a lot more damage than a million pieces because it's just little shards of glass. That's easy to deal with. Big pieces, though, can fall, a lot of weight, slice something, not good. I've dealt with 1,000-pound pieces of glass before that took like 6 people to put up into place that were literally like 11-foot long lengths of glass, windows. Um, that was a lot of stuff. All hand done, handmade stuff that we've done. I've done post offices, Tim Hortons's, uh, like cash for use type places, with bulletproof glass, stuff like that, especially made stuff. Uh, Offices, data centers, small data centers, high end small data centers, uh, raised floor, anti static, EMP field around it, bunch of stuff. Okay, let's get this area here. Big boy drill. Oh, Food dispensing. All right. Food here. Have fun there, Ron. If anyone has any questions, please let me know. Just looking at some stuff right now. How's it going, No Scope? How long has that channel been going off? And then, all right. Not bad, guys. There's a lot of stuff going on today and tomorrow. Here, well, and No, down up there too. Or hey, there. Like I was saying before, this is the roofing gun that I used. The Metabo, it was Hitachi at one point. Metabo bought them, and same model, same exact model. Magnesium. It's got the clip I like. Works good for rafters and for my belt. It's got a swivel head on it, so that way I don't have to worry about the lines getting all wrapped up when I'm working. But yeah, this is the best nail gun you can get. Roofing nail gun. Up to 1.75 inch nails. Right. That's about there. Well, that's and this time. So back here. I might go over here. Again, this is not mustard. This is foam for windows and doors and that. Yellow, not mustard. It's a clean shirt. Looks dirty. I'm doing a lot of stuff with tools and that. So today I don't want to mess up another shirt. So I'm wearing an old shirt. Other than that, Does anyone know what this? Excuse me. Oh, jeez. Foam cutter? No. Oh, from the movie Saw? No. Thin blade, long distance away from the holder. The angle adjusted to iron. I don't know. I hold it like this. So that thin blade, so thin blades do. No, it's not. You could use it for foam, but not for PVC. Coping saw. It's a coping saw. Coping saw to do trim work. We can do profiles. Coping saw. Trim what? The trim like baseboards and stuff like that. Trim in your house. Yeah. Yeah. So you can get a nice fit. So you do the profile on it. That's what kind of saw you gotta use. Excellent. Sure. It's about this. Well, maybe. Diddle do, donkey diddle do. All right. Be most of that. So. It's from my grandmother and grandfather. It's quite sharp. It's quite sharp, actually. Could be better, but I'm sure. Decorative knife. Case kind of got destroyed, but it wasn't the greatest case. Nice knife, though. Focus shoot. Ah. Yeah. Nice decorative knife. You had to wrap that up. Yeah, it is nice. Yeah, the handle's to deer antler. Deer antler, and then handle's got a nice design put into it. Cool. Not sure yet. Got a couple places I'll look at tonight and waiting on messages from people about confirming. Not sure. Gotta be out tomorrow by midnight. So not much time, unfortunately. But it is what it is, right? Right. Can't stretch it the next day. It's Saturday tomorrow. Today's Friday. Not really Sunday morning. I know, there's no stretching it. I gotta be out by the 1st. But I wonder why I'm been stressing so lately. Because it's not been easy. Can't, yeah, you can't. There's no choice. No, not my choice. Place got sold to a new landlord. Landlord wants to increase their rent price to a crazy price, to be honest. And yeah, wants new tenants to come in to the way they'll pay for it. No, not my choice. Just a lot of things have happened. A lot of things have happened over the past basically 6 years. I mean, a lot of things have happened over the past 6 months. Why I haven't really been doing a whole lot of hardware stuff, PC hardware stuff, because I have a lot of stuff packed up. Yeah, I know. I'm trying to. Not easy, but trying to. Take section two. Let's find which thing is. And there. All right. To be honest, a damn job would be nicer to have, but I can't seem to find a job. It's been absolute hell finding a job too. Finding a place, even worse. I'm probably going to be technically homeless and have to go into some sort of shelter of some sort for a while, unfortunately. There's tons of places for rent, but they're for students, for college students or university students, construction. And yeah, you would think it's very easy to get in to a place, but it has not been. I do roofing, framing, wood, metal framing, tile work, plumbing, light electrical. I do stonework, concrete, whole bunch of stuff. You can't just sign up for housing. There's a minimum wait of like 5 years. 5 years for a male. 5 year wait. 5 freaking years. And by then, I'm hoping to have a job and would be able to afford laws. Again, it's just not been easy to find a damn job. But yeah, it's like a 5 year wait, by the way. 5 year wait for a male. Yep. So a lot of students, a lot of places for student rent, but not for me. You're approved rent. By then, I'll be making more money and will not be approved to do that kind of rent. That's the thing. By then, I will have a job that I can pay for a place. I'm not driving a truck, buddy. I'm not a truck driver. No, thank you. And technically, can't even do that right now. Unfortunately, I cannot even get my license. So, no. And I'm not a truck driver. So, no. I've been asked by I've been asked by friends too, want to do long haul for money. No, thanks. No. I'm not saying there's no disrespect for people that do it. It's just not for me. There's no way that I could do something like that. No, no disrespect. It's not an easy job, for sure. Just not my kind of job. Well, I do. I used to do like when I was working when I do construction and stuff like that. I'd be off for a week or even or 2 weeks with or a month at a time. It's not like I'm a single male. Even when I had a girlfriend at the time, still did it. It's good money. It's good money. It's just trucking. Sorry, man, not for me. Nice that you're home every night. Can't I invested invested a lot of money in tools so that way I can continue doing what I do. The stuff a lot of people don't want to do. Even still, keep funny job rate. Yeah, your friend got lucky there. Your friend got lucky there, man. Tell your friend he's a very lucky guy to be able to do that. Yeah, and there's already probably thousands of guys on a waiting list for that when there's not even places to actually go to because they're not even built. So it's not going to happen for me, unfortunately. Unfortunate. I need a lot of witnessing. Thanks. Well, there. Well, yeah, moving does suck. Got that right, man. Got that right. No, I wouldn't get a place for a family. Single males are on the lowest tier. I remember single males, lowest tier. You'll be homeless before you get a place like that. Ah! Oh, see that right there. Holy track, the message already know what you wrote. Dual battery charger, dual fast battery charger. It's nice to have. These are really nice. Cut vacuums. Oh, big deal. Wall vacuum. Nice. Daily vacuum in there, and I have a bunch more later on. Man. Okay. The camera really needs to focus sometimes. I'm just so dark. Go. Oh, the light's not shining here the way it was before. Go. There we go. All right. Another tape measure. This one was magnetic, but the magnet's gone off of it, unfortunately. Allen keys, seal paper. Place it supposed to. La. Hey, how's it going, Squeeze? Yep, sure am, Dawson. Sure am. Yeah, me too. It's a big TV. Oh, looks like you got to move your setup. Oh, well, guess you should have thought about that, eh? That's also a big TV. I mean, for that kind of brace, that's not bad. I mean, put it wherever you think you can put it. Not bad. Yeah, I just messaged in more places for viewings. Yeah, for $20, it's not bad. Coffee. Well, that's if it's a new battery. Probably not a new battery. Exactly, yeah. Perfect for a server rack, that'd be nice. Uh, what I use it for? Storage. I do a storage server. Well, I mean, I got one right there. But I would like a newer one, more efficient, more cores. A minimum like 120 terabytes, but I would like minimum 120 terabytes. I have 22 terabytes now. It's not enough. But yeah, I would use a storage server. Probably make it somehow a direct attached storage as well, or do a NAS. I would I've made a direct attached storage. I like them. I like them a lot. Oh, your network upload, yeah. Do need to have decent speeds. Yeah, do have to have decent speeds. As an access point, no, I wouldn't use Google. No. Nice. It's stable and everything that you're doing. That's only the reason why I don't like. Only reason why I don't like undervolting is it might not be stable and everything. But if you can get stable and everything, that's good. That overclocks nicely though. Yeah, we're talking about upload speed though. Gigabytes fairly cheap to be honest here, but the upload speeds, you're not getting the highest upload speeds for decent price. Yeah, upload speed. Generally, you can get 50 megabytes per second, 150 megabytes per second, 500 megabytes, well, 300 or 500 megabytes per second, depending on the package. And then 1 gigabyte you can get very cheap for download, but upload speed is very hard to get good upload speed for a decent price. You generally spend well over $100 Canadian, or some places it's like $200 a month. Yeah. There is a Y cruncher equivalent. It's called GPU Pi. You want to test in GPU Pi. Yep, 3D Mark's a good way to test it as well. Yeah, ray tracing or non-ray tracing tests. But for like a Y cruncher style test, it's called GPU Pi, and that's what you want to test it on. It's stable for the core, not the memory. And the memory's on a different voltage anyways. So it's all the core voltage, and yeah, that will help you test your core, see how stable it is. If you ever want to do something for stability, GPU Pi. Good morning. Yeah, if it's a good way to test for stability. Those GPU Pi, if you ever want to make sure it's stable based and everything, it will work. But yeah, 3D Mark. If you test in multiple different 3D Mark benchmarks, that's great too. I see you changing name. Unfortunately, the highest we can get. Well, glad you did your best, man. That's great. Yeah, I ranked up to GM, almost Celestial. And now I'm top, I think it's top 35,000 out of like 50 plus million players. It's not too bad. I only did it because like I've been working on trying to find a place and have a lot of stuff packed away, so I haven't really been able to do a whole lot of overclocking and that, unfortunately. I mean, 1 volt's not bad. 1,000 millivolts. Just say 1 volt. Plus 1,000 on the mem. That's good. It's decent. Plus 1,000 on the mem's decent. You should be able to do 1,500. You should be able to do 1,500 and it should be stable. Should. I'm saying should. Definitely you should be able to do 1,600. It should be stable, but depends. Depends. 5,000, it's fine. Doesn't get as hot either, which is good. But those are good. That's really good. 1680 at 750 millivolts is really good for that GPU. But 2 gigahertz, yeah, 2 gigahertz at 1 volt is good. You should be able to do 1.125 or 1.15. You might only be able to do 1.1 volt, but it's good. Has your teammates cheated? That's odd. You shouldn't be. You shouldn't be banned on that. With a custom V curve? Yeah, doing a custom V curve can help you. But it's also trickier to get stable, unfortunately. Hopefully things get sorted out there. Yeah, it uses 8 slots because you have a CPU cooler on it. No, 5,500. Average over almost 2.1 gig. That's good. You know, robots fairly easy doing, so. Yeah, if you only have 1080 per monitor, there's no point in 4K. Still was a good card at the time, for sure. Your network shut off. Well, that sucks. Well, I thought 46s are very efficient. They're really, really efficient. I wouldn't say they're the greatest, but I mean, they're really efficient. 11. To 11 right now. Yeah, I would hope so too. That would change the thermal paste. You would have to definitely overheat of some sort to get that kind of performance. Yeah, 28 Ti is a good card. Still a decent card. Should have driver support for at least 2 more years. Um, it, oh, more than hat trick. Hopefully, you can find a decent price for a 1080 Ti. For the like EVJ models, are really expensive. Yeah, I mean they can work for modern games, but you're not gonna get the frames, unfortunately. Yeah, $100 too much in my opinion. CPU bottlenecking, that's rough. CPU must be utilizing too much in the background or some sort. Yeah, an SC Superclock 2 edition. The 170 is not bad. For the 1080 Ti's, though, for 1080 Ti 41.3s, good luck finding them for a decent price. For 100 even, does it still work? We already have AI CPUs. We already have AI CPUs. What do you mean? Didn't say, bro, but there's something wrong with the $100. Strix model is not a half bad card. It's not like an EVGA 413, but it's still a decent card. Yeah, it's a 2-fan model. Are you sure it's 413? Not the 2-fan model? Yeah, I've never had a DPU die on me. It's always good not having a GPU die in there. Me either, but I do like my EVGA cards. If not, I'll go to a Zotac. If I'm using to get them for a bit cheaper than other cards for higher tier. Usually. I do like my EVGA. Yeah, gigabyte. There's nothing wrong with them. Or look thick. The reference cards overclock very nicely. The 9080 Ti's. The reference cards overclock nice. Beep. Yeah, that makes several GPU cooling designs. Nah, it's not bad. It's not a bad price. Wait a minute. It's not terrible. Oh, 300 for 1060? That's insane. That's insane. Got it for free? Yeah, that's nice. £15? It's not a lot. That's always good though. 5060 is technically better and cheaper, so LA is double. Yeah, ray tracing's gonna win. Other applications gonna lose. Yeah, 8 gigabyte does suck. We don't want the 8 gigabytes. Especially nowadays, you can get 16 gigabytes or 12 gigabyte cards fairly cheap. $185K? Yeah. Not double, almost. Spot. I mean, Canadian dollar isn't the greatest, unfortunately. Unfortunately. Yeah, there's no ray trace. Ray trace and 56 here will win. Way better ray tracing cores. Ray trace only game? What Indiana Jones you talking about? I thought you were talking about like the older one. Ah, yeah, okay. There's a lot of Indiana Jones games, right? I'll throw those. By watermark. Wow. $70. Massive sign dance, but yeah, they'll give you a new account plus they'll refund you the money. Oh, 7 cents. Oh, was it a code zero? Did you get a code zero? Was it like a restaurant of some sort that took the money from you? I had a code zero back in the day. KSC was taking money from my account. Yeah, I didn't realize 70 cents. Yeah, I had a code zero. KSC was taking money from my account. And I had to get a new account and all that. At KFC. I mean, I went there enough. I didn't even realize they were taking money. Yeah, they were taking money from my account. Wasn't much, so I didn't really notice. But when I did, I was like, what's going on here? I'm like, well, it looks like they're taking money from your account. That's kind of odd. I would. So I check my account once in a while. I would notice. I would notice. Yep. You don't need a high-end GPU to be a hacker. Have a good one, Cosmic. Thanks, man. Well, they have a good day and a good weekend. You know, I haven't really found a place. Waiting on messages back from a few places and give you checking out. Maybe a few places tonight. Definitely one, but yeah, sure is. There's a ton of places to rent, but they all only want students and they're shared rooms, as in multiple people per room. No, thank you. Same. On par with Canada for what? Is on par with. Yeah, no doubt. never this bad before, but it's wild now. Yeah, gotcha there, gotcha. It's pretty wild. There's multiple different ways to overdraw. Once the system has your debit card account, it can technically withdraw again. Brutal. Yep, that makes sense. Does make a difference. $800? No. No, it is not. No, it's not. No, no, no. $500, $550. And it can be easy to find them, but you shouldn't be buying for that price to begin with. They won't sell for that price. The 4070 Ti Super will sell for that price. Winter is here, he says. Zero C is freezing. That's not technically below freezing. The frost, yeah. Yeah, frost will definitely settle in. €70? 70 euros is a little high. Yeah, 70 euros is a little high. More like 30, 35. That's what we want to look at. That's still cool. That's like t-shirt weather here. Yeah, I would give that a miss too, Gary. Yeah, you'd be looking like, 30, 35 max. GPU to pair with 1400K? Definitely any GPU, because it won't bottleneck it. Any GPU that you can afford. More VRAM, the better for nowadays. For editing too, but higher end would be better too. There's many things that go involved, but if you're editing, you're going to want a newer GPU at least. Anything with AV1 is good. Anything with NVEC, NVIDIA NVEC is really good. Anything AMD, you want to have a high-end, not like high-end GPU model, but a newer GPU. Oh yeah, I definitely would. Nah, you're not gonna be able to find a GPU for a fair price right now. And yeah, deals can take a while. To find a fair price right now, good luck. Good luck. Yeah, waiting to know would be better. But if you need it for now, just find used for a decent price. Whatever you can afford, really. No, don't buy any consoles either. It'd be one of them noobs that settle for a console. Like this Hooves fella. Oh yeah, you can still, yeah. I mean, if you play GTA 5. Yeah, GTA 6 you're gonna need it fairly new. Hopefully. Hopefully you can buy it for a decent price too. Uh, 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 Yeah, of course you had to get more demanding, but I mean, 1080p is still not terrible. Yeah, the 97 is crazy for the price. $100 hertz? Yeah. Yeah, sub 200 watt. Yeah, I hear you on that. Under full load, yeah. And my card's technically over 320 watts, but it never pulls that amount of watts while gaming. Because I always put the power limit down as well, so it pulls maybe 160. The 200 watts, I don't like to be quite high. It sounds high. Should only be pulling about maybe 8 to 12 max. What does it say about AMD? What does it say about AMD? You not seen AMD prices too? They're up there as well. You want a always having a newer, technically better GPU, NVIDIA. It's gonna cost more though because it has newer type components on. GDDR7 versus GDDR6. How is AMD better? How is AMD better for that? Yeah, of course they want money, but for NVIDIA, the graphics cards don't make them that much money. The consumer-based graphics cards do not make them money. How are they slightly better? How is AMD better? They're not. They're using older stuff that costs less money to save some money. That does not make them better. They have worse ray tracing. They now just got better. Now they actually have better encoder and decoder on, which is nice. And just finally, NVIDIA's Darth Vader. Yeah, I have nothing against AMD. I have nothing against NVIDIA. I have nothing against Intel. It is what it is. Prices are not just NVIDIA, though, right? Prices are really high due to the fact it's board manufacturers that also have that make the money off of it. It's not just the makers of the actual chips. Anakin was good. He was a good man. Okay. just like the video. The video is the Empire? Kind of. Corrupted souls. $1590 cost with 96 gigabytes of RAM? What? Same die? How much do you think it would cost? 96 gigs? That. The RTX, so the RTX 6000 Pro should have 96 gigabytes of VRAM. The RTX 6000 costs $10,000. I even called the price $10,000, and that's not even 96 gigabytes of VRAM. So it would probably cost $1,300, I would assume. Around 1,300, I would assume. Yeah, the RTX Pro 6000. They got multiple VRAM though. Because the RTX 6000 is 48 gigabytes of VRAM, just double the VRAM basically. Add on, yeah, I would say right around 13,000. The RTX 6000 is $10,000 with 48 gigabytes of VRAM, so double it. So yeah, I would say around 13,000 ish. Could be 15, but I would say around 13,000. And that would probably be the RTX 6000 Pro with 96 gigabytes of VRAM. I do believe it'll be the Pro version because the RTX 6000 is out. The RTX 6000 Pro is not out right now. And I do believe it's going to be double the VRAM, 96 gigabytes. Could be wrong on that, but yeah, I called the price. Yep, RTX 6000 is $10,300, right around $11,000. A lot of places are selling for around 11,000. The actual price of the card is $10,000 though, and I called it. I was like, it's gonna be a $10,000 card, guaranteed. Well, you know, $10,000. Some places selling for 11, 12, and $13,000, but the actual price of the card is $10,000. Wild. Does have more cores though. It's not for everybody, right? It's not for everybody. It's for people that make money with those cards. They make money with those cards. Yeah, it's still the same node, but it has more cores. Yeah, 5090 is cheap. Yeah, 5090 is cheap compared to it. But for people that need that kind of VRAM and do bigger LLMs and AI workloads, then for sure it's going to be better. Yep, same node. I spent that on RGB. Stop Elon from buying everything. He's buying the higher end, like the H100s. He's not really buying 5090s. He's buying like the H100s, the $25,000 GPUs, not the, yeah. Yeah, $165 billion or 1 million GPUs. He's got 200,000 right now. He's spending it on the H100, so. What's he doing with them? He's making a supercomputer, a 1 million GPU, a 1 million GPU supercomputer. I'm probably gonna use him to get the talking to run proper, yeah. Yep. I mean, again, you're talking about people that are not stupid, man. And the 165 billion he's spending on the GPUs, he's got investors for it. He's got to get more investors apparently for it, but it's to make money. It's like a 25 year commitment basically for the supercomputer. And he's looking probably to make money off it within 5 to 10 years minimum. Yeah, personality wise, I mean, you're constantly trying to work on multi-billion-dollar companies. I mean, how can you have a good personality? Oh yeah, they're in the AI big time. He's a smart person, a businessman. He's a businessman. Why would you not pay people? Your time's worth money to, and if you have the money to spend on getting people, then why not? Right? Yeah, working smart. Or do you think he can't code? I mean, he gives jobs to people, so it's not bad. I mean, he doesn't know what GPUs are. Check to make sure you're on the right. I mean, it sounds like you have issues with stability. I cut my own grass, thank you. Same. Heck, I've shoveled snow for free for people, for elderly people. Gold. Yeah, you spend way too much in hydro on that though for the performance. So I knew a GPUs are nicer, more performance, more efficient. Snowfields? What you talk about, Willis? Above the two. What you talking about, Willis? Do they now? How long does it stay on the ground for? Yeah, I didn't think so. The only place where snow really stays. I don't know how they go hunters. Uh, New Victoria. Oh, they can't ski. Anybody can ski. Not at Olympic level. Are you looking to do Olympic level in ski? It's just water skin on ice. That's all. You were a state swimmer? Yeah, look at you now. Look at me now. Look at me now. So they get nationals? Geez, that's really good still. Oh, I didn't have those 3 times can last 3 times. Hey, at least you gave it your all. That's the main thing, right? Here. Bread. Hot dog. Get out of school to go swimming. That's insane. You don't really get off school for that. You just take time off from school for doing that. They- Oh, gotcha. 20 laps every day. Wow. Too much for me. No, thank you. On the current, no, but I did do a lot of falls, like waterfalls with fast moving water. Sucks because there's a lot of zebra mussels around this area. Yeah, it can slice up your feet pretty good, even if you have thick calluses. Slice them up pretty good. Ponds and rivers don't really have current. You talk about like an undertow of some sort. Their hooves. Is that what you're talking about? Like an undertow? Yeah, sucks you under. You talk about one of those sucks. Yeah, keeps sucking you out farther. I mean, can't say what I want to say, but you know what I mean. Undertows suck you under. Yeah, currents can take you farther out. If you're not a good swimmer, you're not going to keep up with it. Just keep bringing it farther and farther. Oh yeah, man. If you're totally alone, that'd be brutal. That would be absolutely brutal, man. I hear you. And yeah, you would be exhausted. Yeah. I used to do like on falls, waterfalls and that, swim underneath to go on and yes, you swim pretty hard too underneath to get underneath the falls or just try to fight the current itself. Yeah, nah, not the falls that we did it. You can't. No one can beat it. So you just go down the stream until where water finally settles down. But yeah, it's a pretty rough ride all the way down. Yeah, let the current take you. Yeah. That's different than out on a lake or sea. Completely different. Nah, I just go down. I wouldn't want to go closer to the edge of the where we go for the falls. I don't want to go to the edge because the rocks are shallower there, and it's because how fast the water's moving so fast. Like you're going down. Like you're moving, man. You're moving, and you don't want to be hitting rocks. What you want is just to be basically in the center of it, allowing you to float high enough so that way you can. You generally have like what are those shoes for water shoes basically, with rubber, really thick rubber padding, because the zebra muzzles will rip you to shreds. I didn't really use them, but yeah, I had thick enough skin where it wasn't actually, shredding my feet right up. And yeah, you just barely hit the rocks, just float down to where it just stops. It's nice. Nice, but not nice. Yep. Just just take it. And then yeah, we to go into the falls, there's like a little rock path that goes out a bit and then it goes down and then the water starts getting faster in the center. But then you swim right, you can swim underneath the falls. You really have to be a good swimmer because it pushes you down. You swim underneath the falls. It's really fun to do. But you have to be a good swimmer. Oh, 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 oh. And that's cute, nice. While being that good, that good at swimming, it's really good to be. Yep, it's always good to call for help, especially if you need it. Ski kicker? What do you mean? I did double black diamond, if that makes sense to you. I mean, jump, like a jump? I think the biggest we've made was something like 6 foot, so that way we can do backflips on snowboards. Oh, backflip and front flips on snowboards. Not skis, though. Jumps? Yeah, probably about 6 foot, so that way we can do backflip and front flips on snowboards. That's about it. It's also, I'm not sure what we really, yeah, like it's kind of like a jump that sends you up. Oh yeah, yeah. No, we didn't really make those kind of jumps. Never been. The only what I've been to for like skiing downhill is like double black diamonds, and there's no jumps. There's no jumps on, but there's like almost 90-degree angle slopes that basically you're making you're catching air at that big kicker. Well, we definitely have the winners here in Canada. Yeah, hey, we can definitely get those kind of snowfalls here to make those kind of jumps. Oh, I think I've seen that. I think I've seen that as well. I think I've seen that, Jen. I'm gonna finish the legs. No. And hockey. You get time tech. Yeah, time tech's not the worst. You can get cheaper, but if that's all they have, then that's probably all they have. No, it's for time techs. They're not the cheapest. So And that's so dim for your laptop. Yeah, DDR2s still are like high price. If not compatible, if that's all they have, well, is it so dim? Doesn't matter if it's, I know it's DDR3L low voltage, but as long as it's so dim and it gave you so dim, a lot of places still stock DDR3. Really? Are they the little sticks or the long sticks? Middle? All right. Yeah, then that's right. Yeah, for the Time Tech, they're not the cheapest. Anyone's like here. I mean, Amazon, you can pick them up for like $13, $14 for 8 gigs for Time Tech. But it's, I mean, it's kind of odd. He just say it doesn't have that. That's what he gave you. Then the little sticks. Wait. Little sticks. Are they short or they just thin? Are they thin or short? I know, but you might not even know what you're talking about. The laptop kind, there could be laptops can also have so dim or full size sticks depending on the laptop. The full size sticks will just have to be a thinner style. Most laptops use so dim. The tiny one, okay, yeah, so dim. And technically, it's just those are the DDR3L, which is a low voltage. Which would be like, what, 0.9 volts, I think they are. Or 1.35 volts. No, low voltage isn't bad. It's use less voltage. to use less power. Not much, but it does use less. They run cooler. That's nice. Yeah, you don't want stuff sitting on. Yeah, yeah, I hear you. Hooves. There's different RAM speeds that you can get. The DDR3 standard is 1333, or you can get like 1100. Yeah, you'll be able to open more windows. There won't be much of a difference. It's just you'll be able to do more without it being slower because you have more RAM free, which is nice. We want more RAM to be free, right? I wish it was free, yeah. But on Amazon, you can get it a lot cheaper than that. You can pick up 8 GB. You can pick up 32 GB for, I think it's $32. Delivery? A day or two. If you get Amazon Prime, it's generally within a day, the next day. As long as you order before 8 p.m. or 10 p.m. Yeah, it sucks having your debit card compromised. Yeah, new numbers, yeah, new everything. New CV code.
You have to call the internet and tell them the new card info if you're using an old card to pay. Yep, you would have to switch everything over, everything. Yep, for whatever you're using it for. Yes, you would. You would have to switch it over, unfortunately. Alright, give me a minute here. What? Yeah, just gotta set it up, whatever you're using it on. Whatever you are using it on. Yeah, do online? Yeah. I don't have any of that either. The only thing I have is PayPal. It's your boy Z. How's it going, Z? No one can read your message, bye. So I'll do that. Hopefully they can see your message now. Hopefully. Why isn't that showing it? Show the message. It's not showing your message. How's it going, Z? Yeah, how'd you manage to do that, buddy? You're B520. How'd you manage to do that? Oh, the A520. Yeah, you put B520. Yeah, you're A520. How'd you manage to do that? Government buildings? Nice. Must be a good, decent paying job. You didn't screw the motherboard down? What? How did you not screw the motherboard down? You ordered a new one. But I mean, how'd... I'm not laughing at you, man. I'm laughing with you, because hopefully you're laughing about it now. I know it kind of sucks because you have to get a new one, but... Dang, that sucks. Luckily, that was the only thing that broke, hopefully. You don't need a case. Well, it's true. Pay 3 times more. It's definitely a lot more. Make sure you remember to screw it down this time. They're great for workstations. They're fine for gaming. They're great for workstations, though. Yeah, record and post it. Nice. With a dock, wow. Asama OC case? Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Is that the one that can fit a 240 mil fans or the 360? I'm gonna say 360. Nice. Everything's off the cloud. Wow. Fish tank. Yeah, the fish tank model. Yeah, I was looking at it. Yeah, the 360 frozen. Rune book. Yeah, yeah, I was checking it on Amazon. Not too bad of a price. What? Thin clients? Thin? Yeah, your rent. Yeah, they've been doing that for years. Since the 3000 series, I believe. I believe it's since the 3000 series. $2.49 an hour? There's no way you're getting the full performance of it, though. You're at work assembling a go-kart? That is pretty sweet, man. Can't afford it. Maybe, though. We'll see. Yeah, I'll definitely be doing a nice setup once I do move. I definitely still don't have a place, though. Seeing 3 places later on. True, yeah, latency doesn't matter, because you would have pretty crazy latency. We'll see, though. We'll see if I get a P.O. box. Just gotta be able to afford it. Or, you know, yeah, afford it. 1 second, just give me a quick coffee. Just make a quick coffee. Um, Turbo. Turbo. Hopefully you find a good spot in IT. No, definitely not. Yep. You don't. You got no choice, right? Ah, it's a good. It's a good coffee. Two. Not too redundant. So they have 4 working. Don't forget to drop a like. Thanks, Z. No, you already liked the video. Stop. Stop. 1/3? Hold it. Billions. Billions. $1 billion per day? That'd be insane. That would be insane. Insane in the membrane. Insane in the membrane. What's the difference between 99.8 and 99.9% redundancy? Yeah, like you make it a lot. Like being down for a minute can cost a lot of money. Service level agreement. Ah, so they want certain services, so probably service costs more. A lot. That redundancy. You'd have to have multiple different fail safes for it. Yeah. That way the downtime can be reduced between each service provider. Well, so not the service provider, the service provider and the customer. Yeah. Yep. Guarantee power. Multiple different ways. Solar, water, nuclear, coal. Being closer to one of those is better. Generators or solar, yeah, it can cost a lot of money. Yeah, diesel powered, gas powered, well, more or less diesel powered. Helium powered. Not helium, hydrogen. Yeah, I said diesel. Yeah, diesel, hydrogen, solar, coal, nuclear, water. Not sure if they've made any other kind of ways, but that's the mains that I know of. They're crazy. Have you seen the big ones? Wild. Wild. They're actually wild. Big engines. Yeah, building size. Yep. Consume that in like probably like a week. Not even a week. J-Fan. $3 days? That's insane. Insane. Just enough time to get more fuel. Yeah. Snipper. Not sure if you've seen this. Have you seen a moisture pack this big before? That's what I put in with my GPUs and that in the totes. Giant drying pack. Make sure the moisture's down. Reserve diesel? Yeah, they would. They probably have a lot of it too. Really wish I can get the Bluetooth to work on this thing again. Just not sure what component got fried on it. Just not sure. It's for battery, just for a charger. The rebuild it was for a Bluetooth speaker. I can put speakers to this still. Just gotta connect it to these right here, up here. And I still can connect speakers to this. I just gotta build a housing for it. This does not work. The issue is this controller board does not work anymore. So I hotwire this section right here. Pretty easy to do. The power button doesn't work. And to get a new power button, I can't find these power buttons. So I just use it as is and just hotwire it. Yeah, they store dyed diesel. That's what they're using, and they can use dyed diesel. Farm equipment and certain things can use dyed diesel, not anyone else. The pensions? Yeah, well, the amount of people with all the pensions, right? Adds up. It all adds up. Still works. Titanium hammer, stiletto, the big boy drill. You be a lieutenant? Is that so? $128 GB of RAM? I mean, if you can afford it. If you can afford it. Well, I run a brigade. Wow. Still 9 people. More than what I would want to do. Justin President? Yeah. I love that kind of stuff happening, eh? It's a long work shift. Brutal. Yeah, no doubt. Brutal. I mean, I'm not functional all day, so I'm not awake until I go to bed. Well, I'm gonna work 8 hours a day. I don't think I've ever actually worked a job that's 8 hours a day. I think they're all minimum 9 hours that I had. Either 9 or 12 hours. That's a crappy salary. Brutal. That's all good, man. I mean, it's nice to have that kind of vouch, right? How'd you lose everything though? Because you quit. Oh, my bad for spacing out. It's been really busy, man. More stress than you would think. Yeah, keep it rolling. What was that gonna cost you? What will that cost you to do? I mean, tripling the amount of money, that's pretty good. Off a reference. All to get back. Not to get back what you want to do. How long do you need? Oh, I would do it. I think everyone has bad days, though. Not everyone has the great day. Not every day you can just keep doing what you're doing. Some days can be rougher, right? Yep. Just to move forward and keep doing what you do. Yeah, anxiety can be brutal, but make you stronger too in ways. Everyone has a form of anxiety. Out of your hole? I mean, not bad to be in one. I'm a hermit. I'm cool being, not around people. Some days can be rough, as in would like to have someone around sometimes, but not like I crave it at all. Not like some people. Everyone has it. It's good to have, though. Yeah. A lot of people just have issues. There's different kind of issues. Not everyone's perfect. You really want to be? But sadly. Probably. Probably. It's not weird. It's because you have a defect. Everyone has a form of defect, just some people don't have it that shows as much. He could be weird and proud in IT. Makes me who I am. Eh, what's the point of talking if people aren't going to be responding, or the way they respond is just idiotic. Someone just like you run AMD settings for Marvel Rivals. It's not AMD settings. It's just FSR. FSR is fine for any GPU. Locally. No, I'm not moving to the United States, bud. Nah. The Model T crank and make sure the spark level is halfway down. With the 6700, probably run up to a 1080. Probably up around there, maybe 1080. Should be decent performance with it. Yep, something like that. I mean, yeah, 970 or 980. You find them really cheap. You can still play games, but I'm saying 1080 because it's a bit more performance, and it'll still run just fine. Like, it's not gonna bottleneck GPU. I haven't seen you around, Chosen One. Hopefully you're doing good. How's it going, Devo? Yeah, yeah. Anything over that, it's gonna bottleneck the GPU. Yeah, yeah, an RX 580 would be okay. It's not even as powerful as a 1080, so it wouldn't bottleneck it. Plus, you can get the RX 580s. You can get them very cheap, man. Yeah, RX 580 is really cheap. No, definitely not 5090. Like, you need a 13900K, 14900K, or maybe 285K, but you're not gonna have the performance with it. You're gonna need like a 9800 X3D or a 9950 X3D to not bottleneck 5090. And some games, the 9800 X3D will bottleneck the 5090. Yeah, the RX 5A is a good card. If you can get the 8GB card, and you can get 8GB cards for like $50. You can get them very cheap, which is nice. Pair it up with something like that, and you can make yourself a very well budget-oriented gaming PC. Play Apex Legends on probably high settings just fine. Minimum 60 frames per second, I'll say. Probably 120 is what you'll get around. And run at 8K? I don't even think it would run 8K. Nice. Yeah, I've had the 8GB and the 4GB models. The Sapphire Nitro edition. I've had both models, 8GB and 4GB. The 4GB overclocked very well, very well. The 8GB just, yeah, performs a lot better in games, which is nice. Yeah, you will be losing performance on the, it'll bottleneck the GPU. And maybe 5700, but I'm pretty sure I'll bottleneck 5700. Yeah, definitely will bottleneck. I'm pretty sure I'll bottleneck 5700. 6700 and 9070 XT, although I want a different CPU now. You want more than 6 core? Do you need more than 6 core? You can go with, like, the 9000 series CPU. Gain some more performance, or you can even get a 7800X 3D, but the prices of them are still wild. Wild. And ASRock came out and said, yeah, their BIOS was affecting 9000 series CPUs. Not sure how. It's not just ASRock, remember that. It's not just ASRock, but the dead CPUs on the ASRock boards, ASRock is part of the issue. For that, they updated the BIOS again to 3.25, and it's working. But yeah, it was affecting 3 different voltages, apparently, which is not good. Well, 3 different parameters: voltage, temperature, and some sort of boost it had. But yeah, that was causing it. Crazy is right. So yeah, ASRock was part of the issue there. for ASRock boards. Not sure what the other boards like the Zeus, MSI boards, what their issues were, because yeah, some CPUs were dying on them too. So maybe it is motherboard manufacturers messing up the CPUs again. Is a new gaming PC? I mean, sounds expensive still for a new gaming PC for some people. You don't need the X3D CPUs for it. You don't. You don't need them. You'll see some more performance with it on some games. They did. They even bought a dead a dead CPU motherboard off of them, fixed up the motherboard, and it worked just fine past the specs and all that too. But they do those tests, but apparently it's not within certain specs. YYX Metro. I don't even know what you're talking about there, Evo. YYZ? I don't even know what you're talking about there, buddy. You don't even need 8 cores. 6 cores is still plenty. Yeah, most games aren't optimized to use more than 8 cores. They generally use only 4 cores. But I mean, you're gonna want more than 4 cores. You're gonna want an extra 2 cores, 4 threads, just for background tasks. Oh, oh. No, I'm not moving to the airport. Ugh. Yeah, I know they do. Heard about that. Fork people built thought I wanted, but finally chose he's Kanawa did like the 1970 better than the 5070. I mean, it's up to you. I mean, the 1970 XT performs like the 1570, so. Except Quebec. I think I shouldn't keep this in TI. I like nice better than 79 TI. I mean, yeah. Yeah, they do, but don't at the same time. Move on. Yeah. Let's move on. Exactly. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of YouTubers, again, they're paid. A lot of people don't realize they're paid to say all this stuff, right? If they're paid to say this, then of course they're gonna make it sound like you need it because they're paid. Paid. I'm gonna say that again. Paid, or they're looking to get a partnership or contract, so they're gonna hype it up, right? Gotta hype it up. like the EU. Wow. And common laws. Yeah, really. That I did not know. Yeah, I might not be streaming for a bit, so last stream for maybe a bit and moving. I haven't really found a place, but moving. I have no choice. I have to be out tomorrow by midnight. Yeah, I mean, it's been going on for a very long time, so yeah, it's gonna be a little weird for a bit. Things change though. Is it cheaper over there in Zealand? Oh, very expensive. Why? Why would you want to retire there? 1 terabyte SSD, GPU, AMD 4200, CPU Athlon, 2 dual core, 2.1 gigahertz, and 8 GB RAM I got from the store now. Why is it still laggy? Watch you at 1080p. It's God's country. I mean, guess that's why it's expensive. Why is it still laggy watching YouTube at 1080p? It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be laggy. Is your internet good enough? Not sure why it would be laggy. Could be internet. Have you tested your... Have you actually tested your internet? On like... Have you tested your internet? It should be able to run at 1080p. I know it's an older CPU and that, but it should be able to. You're trapped on an island. Didn't sound too bad to me. You're back to where you started. Oh, well, I mean, I wouldn't even be doing that. I mean, I'd just be in my room. I can literally have a house and just be in one room and be chill. It's like that's a family of four. That's like just me. All the others are cheaper. Crazy. Ten out of four kids, brutal. True, man. Yep. I hear you, Duck. Solar panels, batteries, and Starlink. Amazon is coming out with their own internet too. You know that? They just launched satellites up not too long ago. Not everyone has good jobs, like well-paying jobs. Doesn't matter where you live. Not everyone has those jobs. You can't complain about the slow pace of life. It's how I used to live. How I still live, technically. Oh, definitely would. It's definitely not saving the world. I mean, can make people's lives easier. I think that's what a lot of people want. Their lives to be easier, to get stuff done quicker, and maybe to learn something a bit faster or just learn stuff on your own. No Wi-Fi needed. It's, Meanwhile, you can be hooked in on Starlink. Bop, 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 bop. MSI China is so confident its power supplies and warranties now cover all your PC components. Wow. Molex demonstrates PCIe 7.0 cabling solution, 128 gigatransfers at 1 meter. Bullet. Wild. Alright, probably gonna end the stream. I got stuff I gotta do here. I'm gonna be leaving here in a bit, so I gotta get ready. So I'm gonna end the stream here because I gotta get ready to do a bunch of stuff. Get ready. So end the stream here. Might be back later on. We'll see. So again, thank you all to my viewers, subscribers, and donators. You guys have helped this channel more than you know. I'll probably be back on later on. We'll see about that though. I'm not sure if I'll be streaming tomorrow, but see if I'm streaming. If I'm streaming, I am. If not, well, hopefully I see you guys around again. If not, take her easy. And again, as always, don't forget to get her done. Peace out, everyone.